Hello, hello, good morning, good morning. How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone's doing great. I am a little bit behind schedule. I have not made the list of laptops we're working on today, so I'm kind of scrambling trying to get that written down, but I hope everyone's doing good. Can everyone hear me loud and clear? Hello from Munich. How are you doing? Uganda, Belgium, Oklahoma. Hello, hello from Sweden. We got lots of people here already. So I got 3 laptops stacked next to me. I haven't made the list of what we're going to vote on yet, but yeah, happy holidays. Thanks, Daryl. Hello from England, Washington. Everyone doing good? Everyone doing good? Hey, we got a Prime subscriber. Thanks. Let us repair. Hello from Sweden, Pennsylvania, Northern Ireland, Denmark, Florida. See, I love these Sunday streams because it gives a chance to have a lot of the people across the pond join in, because when we do the Wednesday ones at 6 p.m. Central, which is like 1 in the morning or something like that over there in Ireland, so in Germany, we got Munich, Slavia, Idaho, Denmark, lots of people all over the place. So I need to get this list put together for the repairs that we're going to be working on. And once I get that good to go, then we will get that going. So the first one I have is a G series that apparently a friend was working on and completely destroyed the laptop, apparently. So here, let me start. I'm going to start adding this to my poll here. Start a poll. And I always like to do this ahead of time, so I'm not sitting here looking at the screen, and I can at least chat with you guys for a while. But because I'm a little bit behind, I stopped and got some tacos on the way here, and the taco line took a long time, so that's why I'm behind. Plus I got sidetracked answering comments this morning. So JFix is in the house. Hey JFix, how you doing? All right, what's the other one I have here? This is a M15R7. M15R7 6.2. Let me pull it up and see what that one is. So this other one I have is M15R7, and the laptop will not turn on suddenly shut down. This is just customer's notes here, no indications of power. Okay, well that's good. That's a good candidate. So let me add that to the list of what we're going to work on today. Signs, let's see. So give me a second to finish this, and then I'll read your chat. Sorry, because I don't want to get sidetracked and not get this in here, because once we get the poll up, then we can chat a lot. And the last one that we have over here is 26328. All right, this one is M15R3. Customer says he put it away. The next time we tried to turn it on, it never powered on. Okay, fun. This is one that I don't want to work on, but I'll put it in the list anyway. Okay, I think this is the one this is friend. Welcome one day, laptop LCD black. Oh no, this is a different one. Okay, sorry, I'm all over the place because there was another one over here that did something else. So I see what's going on here. Okay, we got it now. We got it. Okay, I'm going to submit this on, and you guys start voting. So I got the poll put up there. Premise, if you want to transfer that over to the Twitch stream, so you guys can start voting. And so a little bit background on these 3. The first one is a G series. A friend said, hey, I can help you out with that, and then ended up destroying or damaging the laptop really bad. The second one was the customer said, which is the M15R7. They said they were using it, and then put it away and then it doesn't turn on anymore or something like that. And then the third one says no power. I can't remember actually. Something like that. It just doesn't power on. But anyway, the first one seems the most entertaining for right now. But all right, what kind of tacos? So I had, because I'm in Texas, their breakfast tacos are very common. We don't do a lot of breakfast burritos. We're doing tacos, so we did bacon, egg, and cheese with potato on flour. And I just stuffed them down my mouth while I was driving here and made it just in time I had 2 minutes to spare when I walked in the building. Had to get the lights turned on, had to start pulling laptops out, turning on, getting the audio hooked up, connecting all the software. It was just, yeah, so... let's see, tacos Sunday morning. I always do tacos on Sunday morning. Where's my coffee though? I do tacos on Sunday morning because it's breakfast time. And on Wednesday evening, I end up picking up food and eating that before the stream starts. So Scott says he has an M15R7. He has the same laptop. So the M15R7 is going to be a AMD machine, the Ryzen edition. Or maybe, I mean, they may be coming in both, but I'm pretty sure it's the Ryzen edition, which is also the same motherboard as an M17R5. Exactly the same motherboard. It goes in the same machine. Did you ever get the message from Nate about the IR heater? That I was talking to JFix. So JFix did reply saying thanks for letting him know about the grounding issue, so he's going to check in on that. And I'm going to start modding that heater. But I think now that I had that, we did that stream on Wednesday using that IR6500 pulling off a CPU. I understand now exactly how the RAF software, Black Horse's software, is supposed to work with the machine. And now I understand how the machine is supposed to function in general. I didn't, when I was thinking about it originally, because if we go back to what I did before, is I had my heater separate, and then I had my hot air separate. And then I was just kind of controlling them separately. Well, that's exactly what that machine's doing too, is you have a separate heater on the bottom, and you have the heater on the top that's controlled by the software. Hey, happy holidays. Thank you so much. $50 Canadian. Dennis, thank you so much, Dennis. That is super generous. Do y'all concur? Does everyone concur that that's generous? This is such an inside joke. It's so funny because I'm wearing this shirt around and everyone's like, concur, what does that mean? Well, it's only if you're in my live stream, then you know what it means, but that's about it. So it's a concur shirt. This was my first version. I'm actually going to pull this one down. I have a different version I'm making because this one's too, doesn't make sense to people. But anyway, I don't even know what we're doing here. Oh, I want to put some music on actually. Last week I didn't put music on and I missed it. All right. If it's too loud, you guys let me know. I'm just putting it on in the background here. Very low. You like the shirt. All right. You like the shirt. Cool. Friendship allowing you to smash precious laptops to bits. Yeah, so I had 2 laptops in the same day. One was a customer sent in this laptop that was sent to a repair shop, and then the repair shop, or to get the thermal paste replaced, and then the repair shop destroyed the laptop. So I've since then taken that laptop apart. It was messed up. Like, they had soldered new chips on there and stuff, so they've obviously tried to fix whatever their mistake was, but there was a cascading effect of broken chips all the way across. Like, two CPU MOSFETs, a CPU driver MOSFET, and then like the 5-volt power rail was shorted, and then this other chip on the other side of the board was shorted. It was just like, so I replaced all these, and it's still, now I got it powering on and charges the battery, but it doesn't post. So I don't know. I gave up. I spent 5 hours on it for no reason, for no money. So, yeah, Dennis is very generous. He concurs. Everyone voting. Do we have our poll up? Yeah, so Twitch. Oh, I didn't put the polls up on the screen so we can see. Come on, Nathan, you're slipping. You're slipping. All right. Well, it looks like so far the G Series is winning anyway. Polls. I gotta update the poll feed here. There we go. Hey, it's in my face. Just the way I like it. Here, I'll move over here. Okay, yeah, so it is winning by a lot, it looks like. Apparently, friends breaking laptops is what people want to see, right? Totally concur. I totally concur. One with a lobster dinner shirt. Yeah, I should have a lobster dinner shirt. But again, it's an inside joke. You know, I don't know. It's like only the people who know what we're talking about will get one of those shirts. Where's my shop based out of? Austin, Texas. Right in the heart of Texas. I've been in this building for about 15 years. Been in business about 23 years. We're coming on 24 years. Will it be cheaper to... Wait. Will you be cheaper long run just to replace the board out of warranty? You give... I mean, it depends. I mean, the thing is that if a board is cheaper in general, then it's cheaper. But if it's not, then it's not. I mean, motherboards are up to, you know, 1,000. I had a motherboard the other day. It was $1,300. So, I mean, motherboards are expensive. Dave, thanks for the link. You want to see some rage? Water damage. I hate water damage. It's just like my nemesis. Are we back? Are we back? Are we good? Let me know if we're good. I need to get a concur if we're good because I just relaunched it. Okay, I had the... Yes! All right, I've actually never done that before. That was crazy. Oh, shoot. So my OBS just was like frozen like that. Everything else was still going. I could actually still hear the bell whenever premise and all that was like writing on there. I was just like getting the bell response. But it was just frozen. So yeah, we're back. I had to reboot and reconnected. It said resume. So I'm happy. I'm glad I did not have to restart the whole stream. Okay, cool. I don't even know where we're at this point. Oh, that's right. We're doing polls. Wherever the polls are. Where are my polls at? Where are my polls at, yo? Well, the polls aren't working. Well, I can tell you right now that we have 63% for the G Series on YouTube and 83% on Twitch. So I believe we're doing the G Series. We're going G Series, man. The second place is the 15R7. So that is what we're going to go for. And although we still have a couple minutes left, so buy new memory today. Yeah, I actually put new memory in, or I'm actually using my technician's memory because memory I bought doesn't fit, or it doesn't work in my machine for some reason. So, but I did at least double the memory, which is nice. But yeah, we're going to the G Series. Friend tried the fix. Tried. Let me grab that while we get settled in here. Where's the music? It's coming from somewhere. I have it playing on a speaker next to me just so I have a little bit of something. But if it's too much, I'll turn it down just a little bit. But I'm not sending it right through the feed itself. We got a new coolest fans. Thank you. Coolest fans member. All right. G Series, where you at? Here we go. Friend tried to fix. That's always suspicious, right? Always suspicious. Oh, all right. Oh, that's cool, Premise. You posted all that in there? So you can see what the votes were on Twitch. I was like wondering what that is. Okay. Oh, my tablet thing isn't working now. Let me reconnect this. My scene switcher isn't working. There we go. And, oh man, I can see other stuff's not working. Hold on. Darn it. Okay. Voltmeter. You take that down. We had all sorts of issues when that crashed. Okay, we have all that working. Here it is. What model is this again? G-Series 7620. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have a Dell G-Series 7620. This is interesting because whenever your laptop breaks and you say, I have a friend that can fix it, and he tries to fix it, but he makes it worse, that's what ended up happening with this laptop. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Let's go. Let's go. No, you like the music. Okay, well, at least we like the music. It looks like there's personal information in here, so let's get this out of here. And we have a long note. Let me fold out all the customers' name stuff out of here. Okay, perfect. All right, here's the customer's note. It worked fine as my teenage laptop, and then would no longer charge. It would run off the battery, blah, blah, blah. I see adapter help. Okay, I'm really bad at reading, guys. I'm just kind of skimming this. You guys can read it all you want, but I think the gist of this one is that something got ripped off the board. Anyway, well, they like benching my videos, apparently. That's what I see there. But we'll figure it out. So let's plug it in. Let's take a look here. I'm going to plug in the charger. This ain't enough. I think we have an issue here. I don't think there's a DC jack in there. The problem is there's no DC jack in this machine. Okay, well, let's say at least turn on. Let's see at least if it will turn on. Gosh, I can't talk today. Yeah, so I think they tried to replace the DC jack and then they broke it or something like that. I like words. Words are good. I always think of the Nate Bargatze bit where he's just like, there's just so many words. Like, he doesn't like to read books and stuff. He's like, my eyes see it, but my head, my brain doesn't take it in. It just never lets up. It's relentless. Just words after words. Aftermarket chargers can do that. Let's see what we got. Oh. I think this is real. I think it's real. Feels heavy enough. The labels look pretty good. Yeah, I think that's right. Although that looks like a small charger for this laptop. This is the G series, which is a gaming laptop. Just realized this has this guy's information here. Where's the sticky? There we go. Personal information protected. It's the problem with live streams. Oh gosh. And the bottom is stuck. How old am I? I'm 45 years old. 45 years young. Means I'm born in 1980. So I'm on the cusp between Gen X and Millennial. All right, so this stick of memory is just flopping around. Whoa! I don't know if you see it or not, but okay, there's no DC jack here. The DC jack runs right here. Okay. Here's the DC jack. This is messed up, bro. Bro. That is crazy. I don't know what we're gonna do. Do some building. We're gonna build something here today. So this doesn't look like a much of diagnosing going on. This is gonna be more just like a bunch of soldering, but so that could be kind of boring. So positives here. So at least the positive part of the connector is attached. That's what these inductors are. Here's gonna be the ground pads, and this is all ripped off. So we'll be able to add some more grounding to go across here. And then this is either this one or this one's gonna be the PSID pen. Here, we don't need this. Let's get rid of that. So we're gonna have to replace this connector, obviously, right? Oh, this friend really helped him out. Really helped him out. Let me grab one of these DC jacks. He doesn't even have a DC jack in this bin. That's why I was like, that's strange. Let me see if I have one over here. Who's Jack? DC jack who? It's not that one. I don't know which style it is. Pretty sure it's this one. Look at the diode below the DC jack is cracked. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a good one. Or tantalum cap. That's crazy. How can you do this? I mean, you use some force, right? Right here, too. You can see the scratch on the board. Darn it, let me adjust this. So we got scratches. I wonder if we have any other components ripped off the board. I mean, before we go straight into actually replacing all this stuff, I bet we have other components. What do you think? Oh, it's jacked up. Nice. That's good. That made my day. There you go. Good one. Anything else here? That's just sticky tape. It's jacked up. Man, this thing's jacked up, man. So, I mean, this mount is messed up. That's fine. I don't care about that. What I'm worried about is this right here. This is going to be the PSID pen. And that pad is gone. The V is gone. Do we have anything to attach to? Oh yeah, we do. A little bit right there. Right there on the end. So if you're not familiar, so Dell adapters have positive and negative leg. I think I just put a video out on this like 2 days ago. Dell has positive and negative, so 20 volts, and then there's going to be a PSID pin, which is a communication line that allows the charger to speak with the laptop and tell the laptop how big of a charger it is. If it cannot determine that, then it will run as if it is running off a really, really small charger, like a 45-watt charger or something like that. So what we have to do is somehow make sure that we can connect this to the board again. And replacing the port or jack or whatever is not going to be a big deal. It's just being able to reconnect all this stuff. So this is risen up. There we go. This is the right jack style. All right, so let's see. Let's find a board that has this. We could take this off of here. We can try to clean these up. We're going to sand away some of the solder mask, and then I don't know. We'll be able to do it, right? Let me grab a donor board, see if we can find one of those. Your friend is dead. Your ex-friend. Your ex-friend. Oh, you guys are killing me today. Let's see. I got to get to my donor board pile. Donor boards everywhere. Perfect. Found one. Nailed it. So here's a donor board, and I've already marked this one with red on the CPU, and that usually means that I've already stolen components off of it. I marked it as a non-fixable board, so I could steal whatever I want I could be a thief. So this is what it's supposed to look like over here. Now the board layout's a little bit different on this board. You can obviously see, you know, the cap here. This one, it goes to a via. This one actually goes to a resistor, then goes to the via. But the connector should be the same size, I believe. Yep. We can count the pins. It's 4 positive, 4 negative, and then 2. So it should be 10, 4, 4, 1, and 1. Yep. So same connector. So that's what we'll be able to do. Let's see if anybody else. I want to see if anybody else has a anything else they see that I need to address on this board. On this board, that you're asking if the PCH died. I don't know what this one's going to be. This one's millions of stuff. There's already missing stuff off of here. So, but don't be a friend, Jack the Ripper. All right, so the first plan of action, I'm just going to take the rest of this stuff off of here. We're going to see if we can prep these pads. We're going to have to try to rebuild this whole grounding plane right there, which I'll just add some copper tape and then solder it on there. He's not a friend anymore. The middle pins are jacked up as well. Yeah, this is all ground right here. So from here all the way to here is going to be ground, and so all those pins are missing. But because it's ground, we're just gonna be able to put like we'll just scrape away the solder mask. We'll put a big piece of copper across here and then solder across it, or we can just solder wires to each pin. That might work actually easier. We just need to make sure it can pull enough current or carry enough current. So that's why the copper plate will be better. So this is the one I'm worried about though. That's the one I'm worried about. I'm not too worried about that. But let me get this off. The greatest Dell technician that's ever lived. Maybe I'll just use a little bit of low melt solder. What do you think? Keep it surgical. Keep it surgical. Hello from South Africa. So did you all see that Northridge Fix just released the newest best flux in the world? It's the best flux that's ever existed, and now there's one that beat that one. So I'll be ordering that because I want the best, and he has the best. The end of all fluxes. The flux to rule them all. And I also just got in some China flux today, which is basically what he has. Metal Gear. I'm going to add some Kapton tape to protect some of this stuff. I want a 240 watt charger for your 7750. Do you send to Morocco? Yes. Free shipping to Morocco? Not free shipping. No, no, no. No, free shipping in the United States, and then outside of the United States, you're going to have to pay for the shipping on that. 240 watt charger. Shipping. I mean, we don't mark up the shipping for international, and we have good rates, but it's still going to be like 30 bucks probably for that. We may have something a little slower that's cheaper, but most of the time it's like $30 and you get it in like 5 days. What's the best of all fluxes smell like? Well, yeah, I wonder if the newest one smells like lotion, like the old one did. It smells great. It doesn't smell like anything except lotion. I think my impression is lacking, by the way. What do you think? What do you think? All right, let's get this guy pulled off. I was going to pull it off with a soldering iron, but who wants that? Oops, I need the air back on. It smells like victory. Smells like a ripoff. No. I don't know. We haven't tried the new one. His old one wasn't that good. That's the thing. The old best one really wasn't that good for the cost and for the hype. So, and then the smell. I didn't like the smell either. But ooh, melty, melty. Yeah, I don't care about melting this one. We're just trying to get this off of here. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I don't want to melt that connector sitting right there next to it. Come on. There we go. Looking good. Looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good, Lewis. All right, so got that one off of there. I guess I'll have to pull that tantalum cap too. Let me do that while we're at it. Flux toxicity. Yeah, and so like right now I'm using what is it called? The Amtech 213 because it's really still my favorite. I have the Black Horse, the new Black Horse stuff, but it's not the newest one, so it's really thick is the problem, and it's pretty sticky still, so it's hard to clean up. So like here it is. See how thick that is? It comes out like that. It smells good, and then if I melt it, it's fine, right? And it smells really good. It smells like pine sol or like pine sap or something, but it's hard to clean up, I found. So I need to figure out a good trick for that. Here, I need to grind this away a little bit so we can get to a pad to hook onto. And we need to go really far in there here. Okay, so we don't want to rip off that via. Is that in focus? Can't tell. All right. Hopefully you can see that. I think I can see that okay. Pine gum as flux. I think that's what this, I feel like that's what this stuff is. All right, so the V is in the middle. This is our PSID communication line. We need to be able to tie right to that, and I need to get this solder mask off of here so I can solder to it. But last thing I want to do is rip it out of there, so I'm just going to try to scrape away. I have a grinding pen, but I don't want to do that because I don't want to like grab the whole thing and rip it off of there. So we're just going to try to get as much of this solder mask off as possible. Slowly, low and slow. Low and slow, come on. Almost got it. Okay, so that should be good enough. Let me wipe that off. All right, now we'll add some solder to that. We got a new Prime subscriber. Welcome. All right, so that should allow us to connect that PSID pin. This doesn't carry any current. It's just the communication line, so it doesn't matter how big that wire is. What do you think? Should I do a whole trace on that, or should I actually just run a jumper wire to it? I feel like I should just do a jumper wire, but we can do a whole pad. Let me see how big of a pad I have. That's kind of a big pad. Let's see what I got. What do I got? What do I got that will fit? See how small these are for trace repair compared to that big giant pad? It's kind of a joke. It's more of a suggestion. Probably use one of these. think a jumper wire seems like it'd be more practical, but I'm just going to set one of these on there and see what it looks like at least. So I can put that like that. You know, that's okay. Yeah, I'll do that. It's fine. Okay, we got to figure out like how far we want that back because it's not as long as all these connectors. So I was just going to put it right there in the middle. I think that should probably do the trick. I don't think it's necessary either because we can just do a wire. The scary part about the wire is that I don't want that via to rip, so if we're doing anything, I don't know. I'm trying to think about it. Well, let's just tack this in and see how that goes. Definitely not necessary, though. Where we're going, we don't need a new pad. Come on. There we go. All right. Let's see if I can get that cleaned off, and then we can put some resin on there. But I don't think it's worth it. If this thing falls off when I'm cleaning it, then I'm going to just use the jumper. Calibrated wire. Yeah, this definitely got ripped off by yanking it somehow, but I just try to get all this flux off so I have something for the solder mask to stick to. Get down. I need clean tweezers though. I think a properly calibrated wire would be smarter, but I'm just doing this right now because I can and I will. All right, I'm just gonna put some solder mask on it. What's the difference between a Prime subscriber and a YouTube subscriber? So on Twitch, there's when you become a member, or no, when you subscribe on Twitch, you pay just like a YouTube membership. But if you have Amazon Prime, then you get to use a Prime. You get one free Prime membership a month, so you can support one of your channels or whatever that you like to watch a month for free using your Prime account, if that makes sense. So it's basically just a free membership to you, but you support your channel that you like, if that makes sense. Come on. So I'm just going to cover this whole thing up and then we'll scratch off the surface. There we go. Get down in there. Stay. All right, let me cure that and I'll check on the chat here. Yeah, so if you want to watch on Twitch for free without having to pay and without having commercials, then that's the way to go. Properly calibrated pad. Yeah, unnecessary too, by the way. Can I buy from Mexico? Yes, you can. Yeah, so I ship to 200 countries. You can just go on our website. There's, the countries like Russia, or there's certain, like I had to stop shipping to Greece because we were getting raked across the coals for customs. They were like holding the packages hostage. They were charging 2 to 3 times the amount for just the package, or so if the package cost $50, they were charging like $100 in duties and customs to release it to the customer. The customer refused to pay it, so then they would demand a refund from us, and then we would lose the package and we'd lose all of our money. So it just wasn't worth it to ship to Greece anymore. But I don't ship to North Korea. It's like 200 countries. I mean, it's enough. Have you seen Northridge had glue? I haven't. They have glue, really? Let's see. What else we got? Oh, I got to keep pressing this button, or else it's not going to cure. Do you trust the places that obtained PTM 7950, which is genuine? Yeah, so the last batch I bought this big sheet of it here. I bought it from LTT store, so Linus Text Tips, because it doesn't have it on there anymore, Honeywell sticker on it. I just started stocking, Thermal Grizzly contacted me, and they are now supplying me with all the Thermal Grizzly stuff, and they have a phase changing pad too. So so I'm gonna have some of those. They may be already listed on the site or not, so, but I haven't tried it out. So I want to do like a, head-to-head test on the Honeywell's version and the Thermal Grizzly version of the same thing and see how it goes. But that's something I have, and it is genuine Thermal Grizzly at least. It's really starting to make me worry. I just sent my Alienware computer to a friend for repair. And you are that, and I'm that friend, and you are that friend. Okay. Well, don't worry about, if you send it to me, then we're good to go. Okay. Montgomery is making a joke. He's funny. All right, let's see how this goes. So you see how much better that looks? Is it more pro? Looks pro, man. Totally pro. This is all hard, and then I just scrape away at that surface. Slowly. Unnecessarily. I need a better grinder. This is crazy. Ah, there we go. Shell came off. And the shell is off. All right, I'm going to cure it a little bit more. Okay. And then now we need to pull this jack off of here. We need to rebuild that actual pad too. You tried both Thermal Grizzly, wait, Grizzly sucks. You tried both and Grizzly sucks. Real Honeywell won't slightly better than the GD2, but not significantly. Okay, well, that sucks that Thermal Grizzly sucks. Yeah, but I know Honeywell's supposed to be making a newer one that's supposed to be better, right? They put mask on the PCB, then it gets, or it will get fluxed again. It gets fluxed again. Put the mask on the PCB, or it gets fluxed again. I don't know. This is just the way I do it. Okay, let's do this part. So I'm going to clean this really good. Oh wait, I got to grind that away first. Damn it. Damn it, Captain. Okay, so I'm just going to grind away some of this stuff so I can have something to hook to. TikTok, subscribe for 2 months. Thank you so much. So this grounding pad is still intact. It has connected through all the vias. Everything's good. So we just need to get some of this solder mask off, so when we put a piece of copper across here, we'll have something to solder to. And this is just a cheap grinding pen I bought on Amazon, if anyone's asking. It has little bits and stuff like that. I think it was like 30 bucks. If I got the NF version, it would have been the same thing, but it had NF on it, and it would cost double. I concur with Flux. I concur. What am I looking for? Looking for something. Flux. All right. I have to put some solder on this, and then we're going to put that on there. Change the view. Yes. Thank you. Did I just grind all that without you seeing? Oh, funny. Scene. My mods can change the camera, but I think only Premise is here. No, wait. DIY Dave and JFix, y'all are all here, right? No, DIY Dave's not here usually. But anyway, they can do exclamation point microscope and it changes the scene. This grounding pad is hard to solder on because it's so thick. I'm going to have to use some hot air with it. Need some hot air. So I'm going to use hot air in conjunction with the soldering iron because this is a ground plane and they are hard to heat up. So I need to get the solder to flow properly. And we're just trying to get it kind of flat on here. There we go. That'll work. That will do, Mr. Goo. All right, let's get our piece of copper down on there. I think the problem with what I always hate about doing this is that it's like we need solder mask to stick, we're going to get flux underneath things, and it's just like you try to clean it off as much as you can. But anyway, I'm just going to stick something on there. Do I have copper over here? Here's a piece of copper tape. So this is my copper tape that I use. And you see this one little piece is huge. So I just need to cut a little piece off of it, or rip a little piece. I'm going to cut it down a little bit more. Too much NF stuff here. Yeah, I have a lot of his stuff, but yes, maybe I'm doing too much commentary, NF commentary, so I'll cut that out. I agree. But the thing is that, like, this I got from NF Flux. I mean, this I got from NF. I have a lot of his stuff that I bought early on, so I end up having to shout out because people want to know where I got it from. And so that's kind of why I end up talking about it. And it ends up being almost like a sales thing for him. But I 100% agree. I forget. I'm like doing it this way, but I'm actually going to do it the other way around because this side doesn't have any sticky on it. The other side has sticky, and so when I peel the sticky off, I need the sticky to be up because that's what I'm going to clean off. So I actually want it this way. I'm going to cut that at an angle. Something like that. And then that last pad is connected to. Whenever you said NF glue, I thought you said NF lube. Yeah. Whatever it takes. Okay, let me peel this off and we'll get it stuck on there. Add just a little flux underneath there. All right. Hopefully this will go on easily and I won't have to repeat the process, but usually this works pretty quickly. So I just set that on top of all that solder I had there, and just hold this down, and pray it attaches. No, it usually attaches very well. I might need to add some heat to it. And then this whole side actually has gummy stickiness, so that's why I'm going to use this to scrape it off, the soldering iron. I can just clean all that off there. Now, if someone knows where to just get the plain copper, I would love to know that. But I just have a roll of this copper tape that I use, and it works fine. PTM is difficult to apply. Well, it's easy to apply, it's just hard to get it to not come off unevenly and things like that. It's just a little sheet covering that's hard to get off. Okay, almost done with this part. I'm gonna add a little bit more solder. No, actually, we won't even add solder on there because we actually want these pads to not have solder on them while we're setting that down, so it will set down flat. So let me pull the solder off of this pad, and then solder off of these pads, and we'll solder them on after we put the connector on. Okay, we're good. Looks ugly, right? Cool. My favorite. All right, we're almost done with this one. Hopefully this is the only damage this machine has. So why were they fixing it again? It wasn't charging the battery, so they were changing the DC jack out. You know, there's a chance that this wasn't even the problem in the first place, and that they changed the DC jack trying to diagnose or fix a charging battery issue, and then blew out or broke this, and then we still have to fix the charging issue after this. What do you think about that? I think there's a chance of that. Thanks for the follow, guys. Okay. All right, we're ready. Let's transplant. Actually, I need to take this guy up of here too, don't we? Why'd you use solder wick? So you want to have all these pads completely clean. So when you set the connector down, then you solder the connector. If you have it where all these have solder on them, then you'll have to heat up all the solder pads all at the same time to set the connector down, and that's not what we're doing. We're just setting the connector down, and we'll solder each pin individually, and then that will hold it down flat. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time getting it to lay flat. Does that make sense? Because we're not putting it on with hot air, we're putting it on with a soldering iron. What kind of paper is this? You're talking about the Kim pad? It's a Kim pad. Okay, what am I doing? I was doing something. Oh, we're going to take this off. Tweezers, tweezers, tweezers. The second greatest technician that's ever lived is on Twitch. That's right. And I'm working on trying to become partner on Twitch, so I need more viewers over there. 59. We're trying to average 75 at least. So anybody on YouTube that has a Twitch account can jump over there and watch over there. And if you have Amazon Prime, then you can just sign up for your Prime, and then you don't have to see any commercials or anything like that. Come on. Oh, man, that thing was really on there. Got a new follow. Thank you. 11 a.m. bourbon coffee. Did you guys see Northwest Repair? He was doing a YouTube. He was doing a graphics card repair or whatever, and then he took a clip from my Wednesday stream and put it in there. I was like watching, I was like, oh, well, there I am. I'm in his video. A little bit making fun of me, but that's fine. I think that's part of the fun, right? It's easy to make fun of me. I think it was whenever I was taking a sip of that bourbon. Oh, okay. Let me pull this out of the way. All right, so we have to remove 2 different components off of this board now. And so the biggest trick is here, we need to remove this without damaging it. So we're going to use some low melt solder, and then we're going to need that capacitor also. So we'll do low melt on both. Tony's here? I didn't even notice. Tony, are you even in there? Tony! Welcome, Tony. Appreciate it. Love the Tony. Gotta love the Tony. Yeah, so Tony's Northwest Repair, does GPU repair. I'm gonna send a board over to him that needs to be reballed GPU, because we'll see how that goes. Because I don't want to reball no GPU. Although I'm sure I could do it. It's just I'm so busy already. I'm already working 60 hours a week doing all this other stuff, and it's like, why do I need to add this other stuff in here? It's not something I need to add. All right, so that was just leaded solder. Hey, thanks for the Prime subs. Welcome. Got a lot of people coming over. You ask and you shall receive. Hey, we're up to 85 viewers now, or 83. Great job, guys. Thank you. All right, so we're going to keep the sales pitch going. This is some low melt solder I got from Northridge Fix. Because you guys want to know where I got it, and that's where I got it. Truth is the key. I bought it like a year and a half ago. So we're just adding this to all these joints. That will make this come off a lot easier. We won't need as high of temperature. Here, I'll add it to this while we're at it. Get on there. This ground plane's huge. Okay. Is this my brother's music available? Yes, it's a SoundCloud. Here, I'll paste it in there for you. So this is the music I'm listening to in the background, and this is the intro music and the music on the videos a lot of times, because it's copyright. He made it, so it's not like it's not going to get me a copyright strike. That's why I always use it. Man, Prime subs are coming in hot. Those hype trains are killing it. Thank you so much. All right, so the idea with this low melt is I don't need a lot of temperature here to get this to come off. At least that's the idea. So now I can use like 300 degrees C and not worry about melting anything. And the whole connector should just fall off. Should just fall off, see? Man, you guys are... You're blowing me up. Blowing me up. If I can get this ground plane hot enough. Thank you. Thanks for all the subs, guys. This is taking way too long. But you have to be careful when you're trying to pull these connectors off. Salvaging connectors from boards are hard. This one's a lot bigger, so it's a lot easier, but there's been plenty of ones I've taken off that are really tiny and can melt very easily. So I'm trying to heat the board up, not the connector, and then all this should melt, which it's already melted, so it should come off. Why don't you want to come off, guy? Why aren't you coming off, bro? Is this guy coming off? What are you doing to me? Is it glued on here? Why? Okay, got that one. Get this connector off. I'm going to add a little bit more low melt. This is so hot that I can just touch it on here and it'll just melt. Look at that. You don't see Northwest Repair? Yeah. I didn't think he was here. I think he just comes and watches me later. Someone go get him. Tony! Tony! Yeah, I like how he's very sarcastic. And doesn't care. He's like, who cares? But who cares? I'm like, yeah, exactly. Who cares? That's perfect attitude. I concur. I concur with Tony. You wish Prime subs could do discount subs instead of a free sub. Yeah, that would be cool. There we go. Now the connector's off of there. And the connector is off. So I just needed to add a little bit more low melt. Oh, okay. I'm going to take a break on that. That was hot. It was a mess over here. It was hot. I don't want to mix the other solder. I love mixing solder. It's my favorite. Mixing solder. Yeah, it's funny how low how low the melting temperature is of this, because like my pad's hot right here. If I touch this on here, it'll be like liquid metal on my desk. Like that's how low of a temperature it melts at. So I have to be careful. All right, so we need to clean the low melt solder off of this connector before we put it back on. You have to take off the goggles. Take off them goggles. I need to get some goggles, man. Take off the goggles. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're saying it in the video. Take off the goggles. Take off the goggles. That's so funny. Yeah. Like it. I wonder what video they got taken out of, but... All right, so there's just a little bit of low melt on here still. We're just going to take that off of here. Oh, no. Don't do that. I'm just sucking off whatever I can. Okay, did we get it all cleaned off? pretty good. All right, we'll get it off of this one too. Another Twitch Prime sub, thank you. The Prime sub for the win. I mean, at least there is that option, you know? Since Amazon's ruling the world, they at least give you something, make you feel like you're giving something. Yeah, it donates like $2.80 to me. So, something. Wolfie, thank you. All right, let's get this installed so we can finish this guy up. Nathan is trying to burn himself again. Oh yeah, let's see what my finger looks like. So this is from Wednesday's stream, where I stuck the knife right, I stabbed myself with this soldering iron right into my finger right there. Boom. And you can even see the shape of it. It went in that angle. Yeah. But I like to say it cauterized itself. It protected itself, right? Killed all the germs. Kill your germs. All right, so I'm not going to worry about this right here. We're just going to put some solder mask on that to hold that in place. Here's the kind of the gist of what we're going to do. Is we're going to put this in place like this, like so. Looks like that pad down there lines up perfectly. So let's do our pads that are good first, the ones that are part of the board, and then we'll attach the ones that we are kind of making up as we go along. So let me just get some flux on these. Tack that corner. Okay. Give me a second. I need it. This chat's hard to read sometimes, and I wrote some CSS that helps me kind of parse it a little bit better, and I forgot to install it. Every time I start the stream, I have to add that CSS to it. Where is it at? There it is. Much better. Okay. It like separates each user or each chat with a line, and it gives it a space, and so it makes it a little bit easier for me to read. Wolfie was born in 1980, just like me. 80's my year, baby. I'm a youngin'. At least I feel young. All right, so we're just going to tack this down in place so we can get it in the right spot. Well, of course, the soldering iron wants to hit stuff. Another prime sub. Man. You ask and you shall receive, apparently. Okay. All right, so I'm only going to do one at a time. I just want to make sure I get this lined up exactly where I want it. Move down just a little. Good. We're going to hold this down. All right. I think that looks pretty good. I have that one edge in there. It's a little crooked. I'm just trying, so if I hold it like that and just kind of tack this down, I think it'll be good, right? Oh, I see an issue right here. I got folded over somehow. There we go. Okay. All right, I'm just going to hit these pins real quick, and then we can test to see if the thing charges the battery or not. I'm just kind of hitting them quickly with the solder. And then we'll go back and clean them up prettily. Oh my gosh, the soldering iron is hitting the microscope. Because I have it too close because I'm zoomed in. And sometimes it does that. Ah! Can't get in a good angle. Look how pretty those solder joints look. I'm so proud of them. We're going to touch it up at the end, people. All right, I don't want to do the PSID pin yet because I don't want that to rip off, so we're going to do that at the very last. And I just want to touch this stuff up. I think I need to heat the board up a little bit. Maybe. No, I think we're okay. Okay. All right. Now we can get the PSID pin attached. Now that I feel like I'm pretty confident that we're good on all the rest of the spots. There we go, that's attached. Make these look a little bit prettier. Better than like nothing happened. I almost said it. Okay. That looks good. Good. And we'll add just a little bit more here. Okay. All right, let me get this reflection off of here so you can see what we're working with here. It looks so pretty. So pretty. Not really. But we'll add solder mask, and you won't even tell anything what happened here. Still got to put that tantalum capacitor on there. Love the emotes here. Well, thank you. I've tried my best to come up with emotes, and my brain hurts sometimes sitting around thinking about that. No gamer tag. Yeah, I don't play games, so I don't really know any game stuff. Okay, let me put that tantalum on here. I almost got copyrighted. How? How did I almost get copyrighted? Hello from India. All right, let me solder this on. Should I just do it with a soldering iron? I don't know if I'll get it hot enough though. I hate soldering with a soldering iron. Hot air is my friend. But now I put this connector on and I can't really put that much hot air next to it. Frustrating. That was poor judgment, guys. Poor judgment. Hello from Nigeria. Looks like the copper tape is touching a resistor or cap. Yeah, so this is right there is actually jumping across onto that ground plane. So that cap is supposed to be, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. We're gonna make it look prettier in a second. We're gonna do it slowly, though. I'm just gonna cover that up while I get this capacitor installed. Great. Okay. I think we're good. Good to test now, right? Everything should work perfectly. Should we test or should we clean up? Should we put all the solder mask on? I think we should put solder mask on. I don't see any logos. I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't do anything that's going to be copyrighted. All the music is made up, except for there's probably samples in the music that may be construed as copyright, I guess. All right, let's just add some solder mask on here. And then I'm going to add some solder mask to hold that ending down, the end mount down. Oh yeah, so we need a pole. That's a good idea actually, because is this machine going to actually work after the DC jack's replaced? Because here's the thing. Most of the time, well, on these gaming machines, whenever you have a charging issue, it's not generally the DC jack that's the issue. And so if this friend was fixing this by changing out the DC jack but ripped the whole thing off, it's probably not the DC jack, I bet. Yeah, the music's too low to be flagged probably anyway. Man, you guys are killing it today on the subs. What are we up to? Thank you so much. And we are keeping our viewership up. That's perfect. That's what we need. Don't forget to solder the lower holder connector. We're talking about that end mount that I just put the solder mask on. Because there's nothing to solder to, so I had to put solder mask on there. Probably still have a problem. I think there's still going to be a problem with this one, personally. Happy Sunday. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I think the board has another fault. What did you say? Do I sell used Alienwares? I don't. The only laptops I sell are going to be business machines, machines that I warranty. I don't ever get in a bunch of Alienwares. I only get them in for repair. So we're going to be selling Latitudes or precision machines usually, and that's it. Because you know how Dell has tiers of laptops they sell, right? They sell consumer grade laptops, they sell gaming laptops, they sell business machines and professional machines, things like that. So just like any other brand, they're going to have cheaper stuff and the better stuff. So all the cheap stuff, Dell only puts like a 90-day warranty on it, sometimes a year. And then all the expensive, or all the business grade machines have like 3 to 5 year warranties on them because they're built with quality, so they're made to last. So anyway, those are the types of machines I sell. Usually a year, a couple years old. How do you set up my costs? Budget edition. You're talking about, I just do everything as flat rate. So everything's a flat rate labor charge. $249 for a board repair. Doesn't matter what it is. $129 for a just regular repair. Doesn't matter how much stuff you need done, how much stuff you want installed, how much stuff you want fixed. And you win some, you lose some. That's how that works. So the problem with that is that you definitely, there's been plenty of times where you spend so much time on something and you lose the money. Cannot send a link. What link were you going to send, Ankin? So anyway, I have a poll up here, by the way. The poll's not working again. Poll. There we go. My whole thing crashing again? What's going on? There we go. Poll. Okay, so the poll goes as if, like, do we think that the DC jack was going to be the only issue? And so, or do you think the DC jack's going to fix the issue? Right, so most people right now are saying no. I'm actually leaning towards it not fixing it either. He didn't supply a DC jack, but I have one right here. I believe we could just use this one. And I think we're good. So there's the finished product. Can you see it? No. There's the finished product. So we have it mounted on the edge here. Still not going to be super strong on that edge, so you don't want to be pushing on it too hard. And all that's going to be fine. PSID pen should be fine. Got that replaced. So, all right, so everybody, we have 80%, 60% saying no. So majority of the people are saying no. So I'm going to plug this in gently. DC jack's plugged in. Should we go or should we wait a little bit longer? We only have, let's see, we have 22 votes on Twitch right now, and we have 100 viewers on Twitch, so about 25% of the people are voting. Take your time, you know, don't hurry or anything. Don't hurry. 190 votes on YouTube, 25% on YouTube also. You know, nobody's waiting for you or anything. We're not all sitting here waiting for people to vote, are we? Hot glue to stabilize it better. I think the main thing what I do on these is, you know, you'll get it where it's kind of stationary, and then just don't be rough with it. It's plenty strong. It's just you don't want to be that person where you're just going to kind of ram it off of there. So I wouldn't worry about it. And hot glue is no good because hot glue melts at a low temperature. These boards get really, really hot, and then you're going to have running hot glue everywhere. So vote, 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 baby. All right, Twitch is up to 34 voters out of the 100, so we're at 30%. YouTube's up to 208 out of the 764, so we're up to about almost 30%. We're getting close. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, or let's like, I don't know, it's 30 seconds more. But I can see it's pretty conclusive that everyone doesn't think it's going to work. So, all right. Are we ready? You don't need hot glue for sure. Remove the tape. Right, thank you. Okay, poll ended. Conclusive that most people agree that this is not going to fix the issue. You voted on both. Perfect. All right, so we can end that and close this. All right, here we go. The battery's plugged in. This machine, I can't remember if it powers on automatically when we plug it in, but we're about to figure it out. Plug in the power. Look at the power meter. We got nothing going on. Nothing going on. So we should see something being pulled from the charger right when we plugged it in, but nothing's happening. So does that mean I installed a faulty DC jack? No. Does that mean the DC jack is the issue? Probably not. So we measure here, we got 20 volts. Oops. Measure here, we got 20 volts. 20 volts coming out, going through these inductors. Then we have our protection MOSFETs, as a pair of them. And then do we have 20 volts in the output of that? We do not. And what do we have on our gate pin on here? 0. And then the output, we have nothing here. Okay, so now I'm going to unplug the charger. I'm going to plug it back in and see if we get a momentary spike of 20 volts. And we're not getting anything when I plug in the charger. So either we have faulty protection MOSFETs on the input, or we have a bad power management chip, PMIC. So that's kind of what we're thinking here. Now we can go over here, we can measure how much battery voltage we have. We have 0 battery volts, but that could mean the battery's just dead or shut off because it got low. So let's just grab a test battery if you don't mind. M15R4, hold on, wrong battery. Okay, so we have a test battery here that has a charge on it. So now let's measure how much voltage we have on the battery. .18. Do we have a short on the board? No, because they were saying it actually works off the battery. I don't think my battery's dead. Dead as a doornail, as they would call it. So it's funny, the battery is saying whatever, 0.17 or whatever. When I plug the charger in, it goes to 0. So I think we have a short on the board. So, you see what I'm saying? Because right now, the protection MOSFETs are not allowing the charger to supply power to the board. When you plug a battery into the board, the battery is saying 0 or basically 0. And then when you plug the charger in, it even brings it down even lower. It's clamping everything down, trying to protect itself. I believe with those symptoms, we have a short somewhere on the board. And what model is this again? G7620. Can't remember what chip this has. It's an i7. So like probably a 12th gen i7. Shorted MOSFET maybe, shorted capacitor, easy pizza. Let me unscrew the SSD and get that out of there before I start messing around with stuff. And then we'll do some measurements. All right, we're going to go in continuity mode. And let's just measure around some of these coils. First coil's fine. So each one of these coils are going to be output of some sort of power rail or power supply on the motherboard. Motherboard has 20 volt power rails. Then they produce a 5 volt power rail, a 3.3, a 1.8, a 1.2. 1.05. They'll produce a CPU V-core, a GPU V-core. They'll produce battery voltage or charging circuit for the battery. So each one of these are going to be outputs, and a lot of times you'll have a short on one of these. And there we go. We have a short on this coil right here. So the DC jack definitely wasn't the issue in the first place. And if you start to think, you're like, oh, well, the DC jack caused this issue. No, the issue was they were trying to diagnose it. They were trying to replace parts. Their friend was just saying, oh, it's probably just a bad DC jack. So they went through and ripped this off the board trying to fix it, but it really actually just had a shorted power rail. So we have a shorted power rail. What does that mean, right? What is shorted? What type of component is shorted? And we can figure this out usually by the amount of resistance that's being measured there, right? So remember we measured here, we got 0 volts. Oh no, we got 20 volts here, and then past here we got 0 volts because these are shut off, and then past here was 0 volts. Well, this is actually where the short is. It comes over here and energizes this main power rail, so that means the main power rail is shorted, but the protection MOSFETs are doing their job. If they weren't doing the job, then the DC jack or the charger would have shorted out when we plugged it in. So let's look at what we have. We have 0.19. Here, let me get a better ground. So it's about 0.18, 0.19. I could actually put it in regular mode, but then we'll get a more realistic measurement. So 0.2, 0.16. I'm basically saying that's a 0, okay? So when it's something like that, it's either a low side MOSFET, meaning it's a MOSFET that's connected to ground, or it's a capacitor, because the capacitor attaches from the positive straight to ground. So it's going to be one of those two things. And so let's come with the power supply. So we're going to do this with the power supply. So we're going to set up the short killer. the short color. And because it's almost 0, we can go down to like 0.4 or 0.5. Go 0.5. And we will, let me take out the RAM so we don't blow up some RAM. Because RAM is really hard to come by at this point, right? And thermal camera. What camera do we want? Flare 1 Pro or the P2 Pro? Because I have them both. I have them both set up here now. We can just switch between the two at will. Or it's my copper shorting out. That'd be a funny third option. It's not. It can't be, by the way. What am I looking for? We're going to start with the Flare 1 Pro. I need to get it set up though. P2, Flare 1. Yeah, we'll go back and forth between the two actually. And that way people can get kind of a taste of both of them. But I do have them both mounted to the bottom here. So you can look at the bottom of the camera. I don't know if you can see them both. So we have, this is the Flare 1 Pro's, this big one here sticking out, and then here's the P2 stuck right next to it. And then I just have a USB-C adapter that I can just plug into this one or plug into that one. So I just move it over. And it's hooked to a cell phone off to the side here. And then I just cast the cell phone to the screen. All right. So here's our DC jack. Here's where we're going to inject our voltage. Are you ready? We can't show both at the same time because I'd have to get the app on the computer set up and then plug it into there. So maybe I'll do that at some point, but I can't do that at this moment. All right, here we go. How many amps? 8 amps. Woo! 8 amps at 0.4, 0.3. That's a short, if I've ever seen one. So 4 amps at 0.4. This is a reflection, this thing that you're seeing in the middle here. See something heating up? Well, that's where I'm injecting. Not super helpful. We're going to have to pull the board out. Yay! But this is why I want to show you what the P2's difference of. So we can only see some heat in this area here, but that's because I'm injecting right here. Actually, I'll do it onto this coil instead. And that should reduce some of that heat. All right, so now I'm going to switch to the P2, and I want to show you what the P2 detects. Because the P2 is a little bit more sensitive when it comes to some of this stuff. That's why I kind of was missing it whenever I returned it. So, okay, so now you can see the same setup. But you might be able to see, like it's kind of washed out, but you're able to see some of these areas getting warm. So you can still see around that area getting warm. We're still have to pull the board out. The squeaking is hurting my ears too. All right, I'm gonna pull the board out. You know, something's still behind here maybe. I doubt it's right behind there though. It's just probably where I'm doing it. But that's almost to 0, it's crazy. Spicy meatball. I like that. All right, let me just pull this board out. That was the shunt heating up. Yeah, but then I moved it over and I was injecting it on the coil itself. Gosh, this everywhere. Oscillate between 2 and 60. 60 hertz. Flare to start, P2 to close it up. You know what I should check actually? Okay, hold on. So I just took a drip. There was a drip that was on here. I don't know if you noticed that. I just flicked it off of here of the low melt solder. Because that low melt solder is so, like, it melts so easily. So whenever I added it to this, I might have dripped a piece onto the board. Right? Because that short is basically 0. So let's just do a sweep around the board and make sure that we don't have a drip of solder on the board. I'm going to leave it up to you guys to see it, but it was a big blob that I just pulled off this plastic. There's a blob right there, or something. Where'd my tweezers go? But it's not on the board. It wasn't sitting on the board. Okay, well, I don't see anything now. I was just thinking, just because it is basically 0 of a short, and I didn't see anything heating up. Did I miss anything? Inspect the past. Yeah, I need someone to go back in the past and see. If there's only a way to go back in time to see if something happened. There's only like a document that was recording all of time. Okay, I don't see anything. I'll continue taking this board out. What's the roadmap of advice to get started in motherboard repair? I would say watch all the YouTube videos you can. That would be the first roadmap. And then you have to have boards to work on. So you have to have busted machines. So it can be hard to start getting your first machines to work on that are not customer machines, because you don't want to end up damaging customer machines, but you have to have something to work on. So in general, I recommend watching as many of the videos as possible, watching them again, take notes. Except NF. I mean, you can watch his. His is very basic stuff. Oh, I found the short. We fixed it already. He always says he fixes it before he... I need to stop talking about him anyway. Never mind. Move on. Too much NF talk here. This board is cursed. No, this is going to be easy. It's going to be easy. This board's fixed already. We've already fixed it. What's annoying is that, you know, we just spent a bunch of time, however much time we've spent, an hour already, just fixing that port. And I knew in the back of my mind that that wasn't going to be the issue. The flux capacitor. Check the flux capacitor. 2 degrees in Indiana with snow. Yeah, we were 80 degrees yesterday. 80 degrees. And today, high of 43. I don't know. That's Texas weather for you, though. No talk. No NF talk. Minority Report. Yeah, that's basically what we have going on these live streams, because anybody can go back and tell me what happened by just rewinding it for me. And the motherboard is out. All right. I'm going to take the heatsink off because we're going to need the heatsink off in order to see. This thing looks, look how bent this thing looks. It's like cupped. You see that? It's cray. It's cray. It's like, oh, I know. Is this one of those situations where someone punched it? Let's see. I've seen this numerous times on these machines, where someone punched the keyboard. Yep, someone punched the hell out of this keyboard. Bro, look at that. It's totally smashed. They're just like, turn on, god damn it. Yeah, it's totally, I mean, this thing is NF'd. Oh my gosh. There's your problem. So that's probably why it's shorting. So let's see. So now that we have the bent board out here, let's see if I can bend this heatsink back just a little bit. Okay. So let's plug it in now when it's not in the chassis, because these things have a tendency of shorting out on the chassis. Let's see if it turns on. The short is gone. Will it turn on? All right, power meter. All right, here we go. Plugging it in. All right, still got 0. Okay, so I plugged it in, still sitting at 0, so it means that we still have a short somewhere. Let me just take this heatsink off. Isn't that funny how I caught that? I just pulled the board out. I was like, this seems a little bent, and then so it's, I don't know what it is, but yeah, you get mad and then you just punch the keyboard thinking that's going to fix it. Now I wonder if it was the friend who punched the keyboard. Or if, I wonder when it got punched. Now I don't think it's a rage gaming thing. I think this is like the keyboard's not working and they're trying to be the Fonz or something. And I'm assuming that maybe 60% of you guys know who the Fonz are, and then the rest of the people don't, right? All right, the heatsink is off. Heatsink looks okay. Hey, the Fonz, man. Okay, so let's find a short on the main power rail, and then let's inject voltage on this side of the board so we can see what's going on. So here's our CPU power stages, and we're going to have direct power rails right here. Right yar. Should be right there on those inductors. Hey, Fonzarelli. Happy days. 1, 2, 3, 4 happy days. Saturday, what a day. Grooving all week for you. Why is this measuring 2 ohms? That ain't right. Okay, maybe because I had a bad ground. 0.4, 0.3. So CPU's here, power stages are here, inputs are here. We should be measuring that same thing that we were measuring before. But 0.3 is not the same. That's not the same as what we were measuring before. 0.3 would be like on the GPU. Is it one of these then? Because this is measuring 0.3, I'm sure. That's 0.5. Okay. All right, we're good. Let's turn on the voltage injection again. Too many components. Too many components. All right, P2 is still set up. We're going P2. Oh yeah, and here's my new P2 does this. Isn't that funny? It's only because when I have it plugged into my phone, I'm charging my phone at the same time. It does that. It's really annoying, so I have to unplug the charger from it while I'm charging. So I'm going to go back to our Fleur. Fleur in the house, yo. Inspect the board. You want to inspect the board? We'll inspect the board. Let's inspect the board. Inspecting of the board going now. We could take the slow way, or we could take the raw dog way. Raw dog way means just inject the voltage and go. We could find it quicker that way. Quicker than a snicker. So, I mean, I don't know what we're going to see, because it's going to be a cracked capacitor somewhere. Probably, if it's short. None of those MOSFETs are shorted because the value is not the same on the other side. Okay, I didn't see anything on that side. I'm going fast. I'm making you dizzy. What's going on here? My camera turned off. You're like, I can't see anything. The screen is black, people. All right, let's try that again. And we went dark. All right, I just sweeped around the whole board and nobody could see what I was doing, but I promise I didn't see anything. I promise there was nothing to see here. I'm just gonna go for a voltage injection. That way we can move on. If I can get the darn thing to start up. This is the problem with the Flare 1 Pro. Sometimes it's hard to get it to start up properly. Yeah, booting up a Flare is like on a Pentium 3, more like a Pentium 2. Pentium 2. Pentium number 2. All right. Whoa, and we're super black and white. Okay, here we go. All right, so I'm going to inject our voltage right here where we were before. CPU. Anybody seeing anything? Not the CPU, not the GPU. God, I want that noise to go away though. That's the worst noise. I don't see anything. We're gonna have to go up higher. It's not the CPU. See, that's a reflection. So if I move over here. Anything? Nothing, just reflections. I'm gonna flip it back over. We'll do this side again. If I switch back to the P2, it has less reflections, but let me see if I can find another main power rail here. No, I need to find. I'm just going to have to go over here. Increase the current. Yes, we're going to go higher current. I'm ready. I'm ready to give it all she's got, Captain. All right, we're going up to 8 amps. Okay, you ready? This is going to be a lot more. 8 amps. I feel like it's brighter right there. So let me flip it over. In this area right here. So let's see if that's hot, okay? So keep an eye right there. Is it kind of something right there? Is it just a reflection? Yeah, there's something there. Okay, ready? No? Yes. Yes. It's there. Oh my gosh, very subtle. All right, so I'm gonna go to the P2. I wanna show you see what the difference is on seeing that. Except we have this lines. Looks like CCD TV. Okay, here we go. So you see how much easier that was to see? With the P2? So that's what I'm saying is more useful. See how you can see it light up right there. See what I'm saying? That's why I like the Flare 1 Pro for brighter stuff, but that subtle difference is just like night and day right there. To be able to see that little guy over there without really having to struggle. This little guy. Oh my gosh, this blurring is, or whatever it's happening there. So let's go see what that is. So it's under this thing. It's probably just a capacitor or something. Oh, it's probably a low side MOSFET. I bet it's this guy. What do you think? I don't know, it's a small component. Right there. It's one of these caps, I think. Or that diode? And so it may not even be the diode itself. The motherboard short out? I mean, yeah, that's what's wrong with the motherboard. It shorted out in the first place, but the customer thought that it was a bad DC jack. So it's 11. Let's see. Hold on. Which side's which? .3 on that side. 0.2 on that side. You think it's this diode? Or do you think it's this MOSFET? Not the MOSFET. I mean, this is definitely shorted right here. It's definitely shorted there, but it seems like it's one of these components that are lighting up, like based on the shape, right? B4, you think B4? Go fish. Let me do it again. And I have the little, whatever you call it, Barlow lens, I guess, maybe. It's one of those caps. One of those caps. So we're going to go higher current and we're going to blow that cap out of the water. So now that we know it's in this area, we're going to self-destruct mode. 4 a.m. in Sydney, welcome, 4 a.m. in Sydney. So it's Monday morning, you're getting ready for work, huh? Okay, we're going high, super high. Ready? I'm gonna go even higher. No. Okay. Which one is it? Third one? I think it's that one. Reflections are better right now. Let's get some reflections going. Does everyone have their guess? Everyone have their guess? Ready? This one right here. That's the bad one. Oh, that was weird because it's like, it didn't light up like a Christmas tree. Usually it's like a Christmas tree. So that's pretty weird. Let's get it removed. So this one was kind of an easy burrito, but I had to do a bunch of work to get to the point where we were even going to test it. That capacitor is a properly calibrated wire right now. Properly calibrated wire. Perfect. But why? It's not cracked. Well, sometimes it cracks on the bottom. So we're going to check it now. Let's see the other side of it. Yeah, there's our crack right there. There you go. Definitely cracked, you just couldn't see it from the top. So there's the top, and there's the side, and there's the bottom. It messed up. All right, let's see if the short's gone. Not a cap, a crap. Okay, the short is gone. The short is gone. Will it turn on? All right, so I'm gonna plug a battery in here. They said it ran off the... Didn't they say that? They said it wouldn't charge the battery. I'm just like replaying the stuff that was in my head. It wouldn't charge the battery. So, but it ran off the battery. So then they had a friend work on it. Oh, but this may have something to do with him punching the keyboard, right? And then shorting out to the chassis or something. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So short's gone. Battery's plugged in. We're going to look at the power meter, which is not on the screen. Okay. And we got 0.0625. And then we got a error code here, but that's because the RAM's not installed. So it did start coming on. So let's get a heatsink on there. Let's get RAM in there. Let me clean off this thermal paste though. P60 13 moved, so watch out. I moved something? What? Champapal? Oh yeah, we didn't even replace the capacitor. Forgot about that part too. Ugh. Don't worry, we'll replace that in another video. P60. P60 moved. Where's P60? I don't see nothing moving. Are you messing with me? You messing with me? Aren't you gonna replace it? Yes, I'm gonna replace it. There's 4 of them. And it went out for a reason. It went out because the guy punched the keyboard, probably. No, I always replace them, actually. I was just going to test the machine was the goal. What am I looking for? Flux. But it did turn on for a second, so we tested it enough. Soarin' style. No. No cracked cap? No short. Come on, Bubba. Gonna put some fresh soda on here. Okay, PDB7 P60 looks lifted. P7. It's tilted on the side a little bit. It was already like that though. A little feng shui. I mean, it's definitely attached still. These boards love the feng shui. All right. For your efforts, thank you. Hey, thank you so much. John, that means a lot. What capacitor are we going to take? Any capacitor. This board's totally different, so it's a little harder to know, but we know that that's going to be on the main power rail, so we just need a 20 volt capacitor. 20 volts. Let's see what we got. What do we have? What do we have? I'll take one of these guys. How big are those? One of these guys will be perfect. Perfect. Soda. Soda. Just came into the stream. Didn't know what it was. Already cooked. Good deal. Yeah. They ripped the jack off the board, and then we fixed that, and then the board still didn't work, which we knew. Anger management issues. Yeah, I mean, do you want to replace that keyboard? I always tell the other technicians, it's like, I'm not replacing keyboards or screens. That's not my, I don't like having to deal with all that stuff. There's 1,000 screws to replace a keyboard. Unless it's the whole Palmer's assembly. I would just hand it off to another tech. I'll do the motherboards. Leave the motherboards up to me. Perfect. Look at that. It's like it meant to be. Like it was meant to be. We got something missing. Let's see. PDD B8 looks to be missing or something, not soldered. Let's see if I can figure out what you're talking about in a second. Get in your home. Of course you want to blow away. Of course. This is a little tight fit. Let me switch angles here. Rotate. Rotate. There we go. Tack it in place, add some flux, and knock it off the board, put it back. These are all part of the routines here. Why don't you want to melt? Oh my gosh. Okay. Come on. Well, I didn't get enough solder on the pads down there, so I'm just trying to use the solder that's on the board, which is frustrating. There we go. That's all I'm trying to do there. And then we can get it in place. There we go. Like nothing ever happened. Do you have an IC vacuum picker-upper? I have one that's for like CPUs and chips and stuff like that, big ones. All right, so what are we investigating here? So these things lean over. Diodes lean over very frequently whenever you're blowing air. So it doesn't mean they're not attached. So let's see. This guy is blown over a little bit. We can push him back. This guy's blown over a little bit. So would you like me to fix him? Would that make you feel better? I will move him back over. Ah, hot. This is hot, yo. Hot. See how it wants to move? It wants to like kind of skate around. I mean, it's attached, so. There we go. So much air pressure. There we go. All right, what else do you want me to fix? What else should I fix while I'm around here? Use the iron at the end of the cap. Yeah, 'cause I can add a little bit of heat there to make it tack down good enough. Right here. Yeah, I might touch it up. That's the ground side too, that I feel like there wasn't enough solder on there. There we go. Now we have a nice big blob on there. Perfect. Send it. Looks good. Everyone happy? Everyone happy with all that stuff? Anybody else have a complaint about a component being too much of a hippie? And not going with the flow? Not being a trend follower? Show your vacuum stuff. My vacuum stuff, huh? So I have one of these vacuum guys here. Ugh, I can't show it. The vacuum's under my desk, actually. Here, I'll show you. So this vacuum thingy, and the vacuum's under here. Let me see if I can grab it. I don't know if it's long enough. It's actually a fish tank, for a fish tank, but it's labeled suction pen for an aquarium. And then you just turn this, turn it on, and you just put your finger over the hole, and then it suctions, and you let go, and it stops suctioning. And you can actually hook up two of them. And I just keep it under my desk. I think I got it on the old alley, the old AliExpress. Okay. Great work, team. It's a success, I say. All right, do I need to do anything else? Or do I just put the thermal paste on and boot this thing up and move on to the next machine? Because I feel like we need to get going on this next machine here because it's getting late. Everyone happy with the results? Do you think it's going to work? Do we think it's going to work? That's a good one, a good question to have. Is the machine going to work? Vacuum under your desk? That's sus. Bam! Nice. Nice. I like that. Yep. You know what I like. The song has Pink Floyd in it, I can tell. So let me skip this song because we can't get any copyright strikes. That was some samples. Okay. I do like the Pink Floyd though. Does anyone else need to know how to rethermal paste something? Use a plastic scribe to remove all the old stuff. Like that. Plastic, plastic, plastic. Use plastic on everything. Okay, get as much as you can off of here. And then I just use a small piece of paper towel with alcohol. Wipe it off. There we go. And then we're going to do some Arctic Silver 5, and we'll just do a line across the center on this one, and then we'll do, this one's not a very big chip, so we can just do a dot in the middle. If it was a bigger chip, we would do an X. And then I always like to verify all these pads are still in the right spot, which they are, but sometimes you'll have the pads kind of come unstuck in the wrong spot, so you just line those back up, and then put this back in here. John, you believe your OCD has reduced the number of callbacks. That's good. Yeah, we're super, like have so many checklists and things to follow before we send a machine out. And the main reason is we have a 1-year warranty on all my repairs and parts and everything. And we pay for all the freight and pay for everything under that warranty. So for every single warranty claim we have to pay, it's like $54 in shipping or something like that. So we lose $54, and that basically puts us to break even because that's about our profit on a repair. So if we have to warranty a machine one time, we're at break even. If we have to warranty it twice, we're negative, right? So you never want to have a warranty, but things happen. So that's why you offer it. Are you guys suggesting he names his tools? Yes, we'll name all my tools here. The suction tool under my desk will be the first one we will name. I name it Sasha. We'll bring Sasha out soon. Okay, I cannot put this thing in here. This thing is messed up, bro. Brodels. Yeah, so it's so bent in right here. I think we're going to have to do a reverse punch. A reverse punch. A reverse fawns. That's what we'll call it. Yeah, so this keyboard will need to be replaced. Oh, it's riveted in here, so it's going to be a whole new palm rest assembly. So I'll have to sell them a whole new palm rest assembly, which I'm pretty sure we have. I'm just not going to do it right now. But we want to have this not shorting out on anything. So I coined this the reverse fawns. You call that a punch? Well, I do feel weird punching a customer's laptop. Donkey punch, oh gosh, that's horrible. That is horrible. The reverse punch. Chuck Norris. Take care of it. Hi-ya. That's why I need a Chuck Norris emote while we're at it. Quick, create one. Shortstop instead of laptop. Okay, I'm just hoping this thing's gonna work with this. It's so bent, the frame's so bent. So bent. Are we done yet? Yes, we're done. We're done, we're just turning it on. So we'll make sure it works. Okay, put the battery in there. All right, I got stuff in there good enough. Let's plug it in. Okay, are we gonna have picture? Let's see. DC jack. Got 0.06. It's coming on. Oh, we need RAM. You guys need to help me with that. RAM. The old Rammy. This thing has a messed up memory slot. It keeps wanting to eject. I think these tabs are pulled out. Ah, that's a good idea. I like how, so he watches on his big TV and then he chats on the phone. That's a good way of doing it. Love it. I'm gonna try that. Okay. Already trying to steal a DDR5 module? Come on, this ain't no DDR. Oh, it is a DDR5. You're right. Yes, I'm trying to steal it. They are worth gold, right? All right, so we have 3 amps being pulled. Battery is plugged in, so some of that may be charge current, but we're gonna let it go through. Well, actually, I can just hit the power button and see what it does. Anything. Okay, so that was charge current actually. So it was charging. The machine went down to 0 when I tried to turn it on. 0.23, now it's back to charge current again. Was the graphics card in there? Yes. The Wi-Fi card? Yeah, the Wi-Fi card was dangling around, right? Oh, the Wi-Fi card's underneath the motherboard. That's even better. Idiot. God. Okay, let me fix that. I have the Wi-Fi card's in the perfect location. Underneath the board. Yeah, there may be some other issue going on here already, I can tell. I thought it was just going to turn on and work. Get that graphics card, or the Wi-Fi card. What was that? We got raided. What's up, raiders? We got an Alienware 17, what is it? I don't even remember, 7620. This was a machine that someone tried to fix it for a friend and ripped the whole connector off the board, and then we ended up finding a short on the board, but that's after we realized that the customer had punched the actual chassis, so things all messed up. But we're trying to boot it up for the first time, and I'm trying to get all these connectors underneath the board here. So welcome aboard. Welcome, raiders. Okay, let's get these connectors connected. Where are you guys coming from? What stream that just dropped in? I don't really know where it came from. Were y'all watching a video game, or are you watching some other science goodness? Oh, from Joey. Nice, Joey. Thanks, Joey. Yeah, I enjoy his streams. I think the punch did more damage. I'm starting to agree with you on that. Because that dent shorts out the board. I mean, it may not even work while it's installed in the chassis. That may be the main issue too. So that may be one concern that I have. All right, let's try this again. Actually, I'm going to do it without the battery in there because I want to see real current that's going on. So no battery plugged in. We're just going to plug in the charger and let's see how much current we have getting pulled. 0.06, 0.41, 1.5 amps. So right there, 1.5 amps. So it's going to go through a CMOS reset. So let's see if it makes it through the whole CMOS reset. Now, if it hangs at 1.4 amps, that's usually not good. But we will see. Well, see how long it sits here. Usually we'll get past this a little quicker. It'll be funny if we have like a BIOS issue too or something. I mean, it doesn't, the odds that we have a BIOS issue wouldn't make sense, right? With all that we're suggesting, all the different punching and bending and the DC jack being ripped off. The short is gone, will it turn on? 2 minutes, let's wait 2 minutes max. Yeah, 1.5 amps does. That's weird. It's not doing anything. Let me pull the memory out. Actually, let's see if there's a light code on here. Where's the light code at? Oh, there's a light code. Okay, 2.4. That's something. So, a 2.4 is memory not installed. So I'm going to switch memory to his other stick and we'll put it in this other slot that's kind of sus. We'll stick that over like that. So now we're using his other memory stick. Let's try this again. 0.41, 1.7, 1.5, 1.7. Okay, so that's higher amperage. And I'm just waiting to see if we're getting an error light here. No current. Wait, current fixed, bad symptom. Yeah, so if it just sits there at fixed current, but now we're moving around and we're not getting this error code, right? 1.6. If we can get this thing to go back down to 0 and then go up to like 2 amps, I think we're good. 1.7. See if it's getting hot. That would be crazy if the BIOS got messed up on this, but I doubt it because we got that error code, so. Yeah, 2.4 meant memory missing or memory issues. There we go. Shit. This DC jack's hanging out. Okay. Did you see the Dell screen? It just went back off though. Let's see if it comes back on. And we have picture! I saved another laptop! So it is up and running. It is working. Go to the BIOS, the BIOS. So I don't know if the other memory slot's not working or the other memory stick's not working or if we have a combination of the two. I don't know if we care at this moment because the machine's working. And unless you want to go down that whole rabbit hole, I think we should move on to another machine. But we were able to replace this DC jack here, or the socket here, and then we found a short on the board. And then we'll have to replace the palm rest, do the punch. Will it pass the punch test? Oh my gosh, you are correct. So the punch right here is pretty bad, but will it pass another punch test? I don't think so. But next machine, please. So the next machine was the M15R7, is that right? Let me grab that M15R7. That the said that it was getting 3.5 and then a 3.6 and then So then he sent it in to me, and then when I got it, it worked. Yeah, it was charging the battery because we saw the current going up and down. So we already saw it charging the battery beforehand. That's why I took the battery out of the picture, because it was already pulling that current. But I have an X17R1 that the customer... Customer information here. How's that? I just tripped over my cord here, but we're good now, right? Thank you, sir. All right, here's the customer note. Laptop suddenly stopped working without any indication. Power cord started flashing. No flashing light. RAM upgrade 64 gigs. RAM was really hot. No other prior issues. Please fix. All right. All right. We have an M15R7. No signs of life. Let's plug in the power and see what it does first. So pay attention to the power meter, 0.01, then it goes down to 0. And it's not sitting at 0.02, which is what we want to sit at. So I'm going to hit the power button. And nothing's happening. So that's it. That's it. Teresa, what do you need? You need premise to bell me? What's up? Did I miss something, guys? What am I missing, guys? Oh, we still have no sound? Do we have no sound? I can hear you, yeah, okay. The sound it was messed up for a second. You know, I unplugged it and I plugged it back in. Everything was good, okay. That's what I thought. Oh, Joey, I didn't even see you were in there. Hey, Joey. I just watched one of your videos yesterday. I like that series that you have. Okay, well, let's get the bottom opened up here. Good to know that we have sound. And I need to move these screws over. This is for the other laptop. All right, let's get this bottom off. All right, so right now when we plug in the charger, we're getting 0.01 goes down to 0, goes down to nothing. And then we have the battery, or the power, when you press the power button, no power comes out. It's not pulling any current. It's not trying to come on, no signs of life. So what kind of symptom that could cause that, right? So we're trying to figure out, like, without even opening it up, what do you think we could have as an issue? We could have multiple different things. So we could have a short on the board. The fact that it negotiated up to where it went to 0.01, then went down to 0, could mean that it tries to turn on the power rail, then it found that a lower power rail was shorted, right? So we can look at that again. Let me show you. See if it does the same thing again. So if I plug in the charger all over again, pay attention to the power meter. Now, if this goes up to 0.01, then goes down to 0, then it could mean that it found a short somewhere. 0.01, down to 0. So it could mean that we have a short on our lower power rail, not the main power rail. If it stayed at 0, then it could be the main power rail. Now, if this battery right here is 0, could also mean that we have a short somewhere, or it could just mean it's dead. So we have 11 volts on the battery, but the machine's not coming on. So the battery is charged. How do we have a minus 11 volts? Oh, because I'm measuring it backwards. That's too funny. All right, well, I'm going to start with the CMOS reset. We're going to unplug the battery, and we're going to hold down the charger. It could just be a frozen BIOS for all I know. So we're going to hold down the power button, clear the CMOS. Without the battery plugged in, I'm going to plug the charger back in, see if it does anything different. So now we're up to 0.02 and back down to 0. Now I'm going to press the power button. Now this 15R7, I'm trying to remember if it comes on automatically by itself. I don't think it does. All right, so it's not coming on with that. I'm going to plug this battery back in. Nate's already been on the bourbon. Oh yeah, I was drinking some weeded Pemberton's bourbon last night. That was really good. All right, so with the battery installed, 11 volts on the battery, and the charger plugged in, it still doesn't turn on. So most likely it's not a power management chip issue, okay? So that automatically rules that out, because a lot of times what you'll have is like, if the battery's charged and it won't power off the charger, then we have a power management issue. But the fact that I see that the charger goes from 0.02 down to 0, and then we have a charged battery in there, I think we have a short on our lower power rail. That's my guess, without us really getting very far in there. I'm going to start measuring some of these power rails here and just see if we have any shorts on any of them. Now these aren't, well, I guess there's a 3 volt and a 5 volt up here, but first one I hit, is it shorted? We've got to wait for the capacitor to charge up. That's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. I got 0.15. That looks very shorted to me. So we do have a short on this power rail, which I think is the 5 volt, or I think it's the 5 volt power rail. All right. So you see how I kind of determined that it was a lower power rail? Because if it was the main power rail, it will either stay at 0 the whole time when you plug in the charger, or it will short the charger out because those protection MOSFETs are shorted straight to the main power rail and short the whole thing out. And if the main power rail is shorted, you plug in the battery, it actually shuts off this battery terminal, so that you'll have 0 volts on the battery. But the fact that we had voltage on the battery and we had that other symptom then pointed towards a lower power rail. And we probably have a burnt cap or something like that. And how many ohms was it? So we can determine what it was. I can't remember. And we're at 0.14. So yeah, I mean, that's basically shorted the ground. So again, we're probably just going to have a shorted cap. It's just going to be an easy burrito. Another easy burrito. I'm going to take all this stuff off of here, so we'll do some voltage injection here. Do we want to start with the Floor 1 Pro, or do you want to do the P2 Pro again? Do you like doing that side by side? Or I guess back and forth, not side by side. It could be a bad MOSFET. It could be the low side MOSFET on the CPU. This one is a AMD, and they have a tendency of shorting the MOSFETs to the CPU. FLIR P2, FLIR P2. I don't know why I asked chat, because then it's just everyone's just going to say things. Whatever's connected, I like that answer. So P2 Pro is connected. That's the easiest answer. I'm getting the shield off of here. God. Okay, shield's on there. Let's pull this out, because we could have a shorted DDR5 module too. I didn't even think about that. Let's remeasure. That'd be funny if it's just a shorted DDR5. The short's still there. Let me take his SSD out. Should we check to see if the keyboard's been punched? If it's been fonzed? Hey, oh, there's no SSD in there anyway. See if there's any rage on this one. Any rage? That's fairly flat. There may be a little bit of denting here, just like, hey, why aren't you turning on? Joey, if you missed the last one, there was the last laptop we worked on. you could tell somebody had punched the keyboard. It was completely bowed in like that, and so and their friend had ripped the whole connector, charge connector off the board. It was funny, so we had to fix all that. Okay, let's inject some voltage right there. P2. Let me fix those lines. I just got to unplug the charger from the phone. All right, we're gonna do, so we're at 0.1, right? So we don't need much voltage. And if it's going to the CPU, we don't want much voltage either. So we'll do 0.6. Got 0.6 on there, and we got to hook to ground. There's a good ground. All right. We are injecting 6 amps. And the noise is annoying. Ah, here it is. We found it! It's over here somewhere. I think it's on the other side of the board. What do you think? Right there. Yeah, it's on the other side of the board. Because it's basically this spot right there. So let's pull the board out. Hooray! Luckily, I can take these boards out with my eyes closed. Your HP will likely be worth repairing if something fails. I don't know much about HPs. Are they any good? They're made by the same ODMs anyway, right, as Dell? So they're all the same. It's hot, hot, hot. Friend opened it. Not this one. The last one, the friend had opened it and fixed it, and they really fixed it. And then somebody punched it too. Did you ever burn your fingertips with voltage injections? No, I've never burned my finger with voltage injection. But on a soldering iron, every week. And I've also, I remember I burned myself with a inverter on those old LCD screens that use the CCFL. It shot 500 volts into my hand and cauterized a hole straight down into my finger. Greatest voltage injector of all time that's ever lived. Hot air of the month. Happy days. Oh, HP stands for help please. That's pretty funny. Haven't heard that one. ET phone home. Looks like a schedule. Chevy Chase Christmas Vacation is going to be coming on my TV soon. It is that time of year. Secret screw, we're out thou. I don't see it. Okay. I'm missing a screw, I feel like. There it is. It was just stuck on a post. And the motherboard is out. And so here's where we were looking. It's going to be right on the other side of that. What do we got? Lag? No. No lag. I have no drop frames. Everything looks good here. Nothing to see here. So right here is what we were looking for. It's going to be on this side of the board. So let's get under the microscope. In this area somewhere. In this area somewhere. Do you think it's one of these capacitors? Do you see one? Pick one, any capacitor. Let's see if I can get it in a better position here. I don't see... Maybe this one? Nope. Anyone have a guess? We're going to find out in 2 seconds. Let us inspect. All right. Well, there's no short over here, though. No short, guys. Let's go back to the other side. So this is where it was getting hot. It was right over here. Let me do that voltage injection again. Bottom left one, you think? I mean, there's no short, though. I just measured all those capacitors. There's no short there. It doesn't make sense. What in the wide world of sports? So it's there, right? Is it in the board layer? That'd be cray. That'd be cray. So if we flip this over, here, I'm going to do it this direction. So it was right here. If I flip this over, we're going to right here, that same area that we were just looking. I should measure a short here, though. Sorry, my microscope keeps turning every time I turn this stuff here. Oh my gosh. You're kidding me. All right, so... Oh, it's right here. How did we miss that? So this one is shorted. That one's not shorted. That one's not shorted. That's not shorted. Okay, so is it this guy? You think it's him? Let's put some alcohol on it. I think so. It's hard to tell, though. I think we need more gigawatts. 1.21 gigawatts! All right, we're cranking it up. Yeah, definitely that guy. Okay, okay. Well, that was easy. Kind of anticlimactic, I would think, though. How do I want to do this without melting anything around here? I saved another capacitor! Can you smell it? No, I can't smell anything. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. You saved another capacitor, man. All right, let me get this pulled off. We'll see if it resolves the issue, see if the board starts powering up, and we'll get it replaced. Now, this, I believe, is over on this USB port that's right here. I think it actually has something to do with the USB port, so... And it is the 5-volt power rail, so it must power the USB port. And so I'm wondering if they plugged into some device that it didn't like, or they were powering some heavy current device for a long period of time, like an external hard drive or something like that. All right, so let's see if the short is gone. Short is gone. The short is gone. Welcome. All right, let's plug the board back in. So we'll just test it quickly, and then we can go back and put a new capacitor on there. Where's that RAM at? I need my ATEC RAM. You see holes in the diode. Those are markings. Markings. That's very common. It aesthetically makes the diode look prettier. Another quick one, yes. And so we probably have time for another one. What time is it? 11:48. Well, it's right at the end, actually. 3 hour, 4 hour. We can go 4 hours. I don't know. Whatever y'all want. I can keep going. I got stacks of computers here. We can deal with that intermittent one. There's I know that the last one that was on the list is going to be a pain in the butt, and we're not going to enjoy it. I'm not going to enjoy it because I just dealt with one of those endless holes of despair. Okay. Don't forget the Wi-Fi card again. Yeah, I know. I had it tucked under there, didn't I? Let me put a screw in here so the board doesn't fall out and short out on everything. It's the right thing to do. Oh yeah, maybe I could use the hot tweezers to put it on there. It's just, I don't know, hot air is so much easier than hot tweezers. It's just like the ground planes on these things are so thick. Now if I was working on like a thin little Mac board or something, or one of these 13-inch XPSs, the hot tweezers work great, but these Alienware boards are very, very thick and are a pain to heat up with hot tweezers. All right. Plug in the power. All right, so this time it goes up to 0.03, 0.06, and it should rest. Oh, now it's powering on. Let's see. He was removing a ribbon cable for 300 degrees C. Ribbon socket. 300 degrees C, really. Non-leaded solder is to work with as well. Yeah. Yep, I know. All right, this is going to take a second because it's going through a CMOS reset, so we'll let it turn on, and then I can go back and replace that capacitor right now, or I can do it later on another video. I will be replacing it regardless, but it's just whether people want to see this or not, because we can always go to another repair. Replacing capacitors are kind of boring unless you really, really need the technique, you know? Thanks for all the follows. Look at all those follows coming in. Didn't they say they used a cooling pad? I think the issue is this, the USB port. I think that capacitor goes to the 5-volt USB port, so I think that they probably had something plugged in there that was pulling a lot of current. You know, like an external hard drive or something like that. Silver solder used in PCs. This is how you repair every Sunday, sir. That's right. Except whenever I do a CPU replacement on a Sunday. And then you guys get the shaft on the repair. Northwest Repair, 206,000 subscribers. He watched your last stream. He is good at video card repair. Now I know, I was watching his video the other day, and then all of a sudden there I was. Boom, in the video. We have picture! I saved another laptop! All right, this one wasn't super exciting. Just like the other one. Although the other one, we at least did the other stuff first. So we saved another laptop. Now, the question is, do you want me to... a USB heater. Yes, someone could have had a USB heater plugged in there. Do you want to watch me replace this capacitor, or should we move on to another machine? The machine's working. It's detecting the charger. Let me plug in the battery, see if it charges. I say just move on is my kind of thing, but this is a democracy, see? I will be replacing it regardless. So it's not like this person's going to not get a new capacitor. Send it. I love it. Oh, let me show you. Well, now that's actually out of context because most people didn't see it. Machine's off. I just plugged in the battery. Just want to see if it starts pulling some current here for the battery. It should jump up to 0.23. This thing's at 11 volts, so it's like 60% charged, so it should start going. Come on. Hey, we might have to fix this after all. It's not charging the battery. Should be charging right now. Let me try my battery, my test battery. Or we'll go in the BIOS and look. Maybe it's more charged than I thought. Move on real quick. Yes, everything's real quick with me. And I also go ahead with everything. Let's go ahead and move on real quick. Words, there's just so many of them. It's almost 2 in the morning and you're watching Save Another Laptop. Keep it up, brother. The next one will not be a capacitor, I can tell you that. All right, battery is at 98% charged. That's why. All right, it's done. All right, let's go to the next one. Go ahead real quick. We're going ahead real quick. All right, let me get these screws out of here. All right, so the last one that we have is the M15R3 that did something. And we also have that X17R1 that didn't work when the customer sent it to me, but then now it's working. So I'm assuming liquid metal is spilling all through the entire motherboard. And so we can go through and clean all that up. Which one would you prefer? Probably more diagnosing, I would assume. Because cleaning, watching someone clean doesn't seem very much fun. All right, X17. All right, so this is an M15R3. How much do you charge for a reverse punch? All right, so I don't think this one's punched. So it says, customer says they put it away and the next time he went to use it, it didn't power on. So very simple, right? So what do you think that could be? Just with those descriptions, and this is obviously coming from some other repair shop, it sounds like, yeah, this is coming from a repair shop. And so if another repair shop is sending it to me, that mostly means that they've already checked out kind of the basic stuff, I would assume. This one doesn't have liquid metal in it. This is going to be a 2020 model, probably the 10th gen with a 2080 or 2070 CPU in it. EC corruption, I could go for that. But let's take a look. Let's see what the crime scene says. Let's follow the clues. The laptop detective's on the case. Okay. It's a pretty looking laptop though. Plug in the power. Power meter says 0.11, 0.08, 0.02. I like that. And then 0.22 is charging the battery. It should jump up to about 1.5 amps or 40 watts or so. Let's see. It's waiting, it's waiting, it's waiting. And there we go, about 40 watts of charge. So the battery's charging, machine's not on at all. So this is just looking at the voltmeter, right? At the power meter. So now we open the lid. Did it do anything different when we open the lid? We want to see if the Hall effect sensor is paying attention. Oh, come on, it's sidetracked. All right, do I see a light on? No. All right, I'm gonna press the power button. It's doing nothing. It's doing nothing, I tell you. All right, so we're gonna have to open this thing up. It's charging the battery, EC good, usually. That's usually what that means, based on what Soren likes to say. The screws are already loose on this thing, which is helpful. Steal the DDR5 real quick. And the bottom is off. All right, let's take a quick look around. So we have the main battery. It looks OEM. It is plugged in because we just saw it charging. This machine has the RAM built on the motherboard, the Wi-Fi card built on the motherboard, and it looks like there's no NVMe's installed. So let's just take a look and see where the voltage is going No, it is charging the battery, so we're getting the main power rail. There's a power button plugged in. Power button plugs in over here, but we do have a power button on the board we can actually check with. Let me just show you that. So on this motherboard, the EC chip, right next to the EC chip is a power button. So if we wanted to just kind of bypass saying, hey, you know, the power button's not working or whatever, we can just press that little guy right there, that little friend. So I'm going to crack this thing open, plug in the power again. Where's the charger? I have to crack it open so it will not think it's closed to the lid, and then press the power button again. I'm going to unplug the battery, get that thing out of my way. All right, it's off, press the power. All right, nothing's happening. All right, what's wrong with it, people? What's wrong with it? Where do we start? We want to figure out if we have all of our power rails, for one thing. We want to figure out if we have a short somewhere, but if we had a short somewhere, we probably wouldn't have battery charging unless the CPU is shorted, maybe. I don't think it's a bad power switch. I'm going to pull this back cover off so we can get a little closer in there. But I have a feeling, let's see, he put it away. It was working. He put it away. Then it's not working. Whoa! Oh, no. I just dropped it. Oh, gosh. I was just trying to pick it up. Hey, Nathan, thanks for doing this and letting the time pass. Learn something new, interesting every time. And thank you so much. Not many content creators get back to the community like this. Well, thank you. I appreciate there's a lot of the tech channels that are doing this exact thing. So, but I appreciate the compliment. There's no space in Windows for EC. Do you think it could be a BIOS? It probably wouldn't charge with the BIOS issue either. I'm going to take off this board-to-board connector too, because sometimes we can have an issue with that, and we don't need this thing attached to work on it. Do we have some lagging going on? My thing lagged for a second, it looked like. That was weird. All right, let's check the pins on this board-to-board connector. So if you haven't seen one of these, they connect one board to another, and a lot of times the pins will get bent, but they look okay. Looks okay. Please check the diode. I will check the flux capacitor, then I will check the diode. We got an order of operation, people. Order of operation. All right, let me just get that out of the way, and let's take some measurements. I doubt we're going to have a short, but we can just start out by trying to measure to see if we have any shorts anywhere. Main power rail, no short. The LDO power rail is fine. The chipset is fine. Most of the stuff's on the other side, so I really can't measure that much on this side. That's fine. All right. Unfortunately, we're going to have to pull the motherboard out. I mean, I can look at these MOSFETs on the input, but these are all working, right? So the charge circuit's working, and that's going to be all this stuff. The power management chip has to be working because it's charging the battery, which is right here. And actually, this is going to be the real main power rail right here. Let's see. We do have a short on the main power rail. Never mind. False alarm. That's not a short on the main power rail. No lag here. Yeah, maybe it's just lag on my screen. For a second, it was like what I saw on my OBS was just kind of like chop, 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 chop. But I'm going to pull this motherboard out because it's going to be a lot easier to work on the desk, if you don't mind. So let's catch up, shall we? Missing 3.3, maybe. They were on the other side of the board, so I can't really measure them on this side, which is quite annoying. They should put all the power rails on that one side. They should have like a header that has all the power rails together on one header, and then we can just measure on that. Don't you think? We should petition the ODMs to do that. Nate, the laptop is not a ball. It's not made to bounce. I know. I know. Luckily I have all the parts here. I could rebuild this thing if I break it. Maybe we should do that sometimes. Take a laptop and smash it on the ground and then rebuild it. Then you can watch me turn a bunch of screws though. Unless the Windows Update kicked in. Yeah, and it could have bricked it. But when it set it to rest, I don't really know. I'm trying to think of what would have caused it. And we don't have electrolytic capacitors like leaking or something, because this thing doesn't have electrolytic capacitors. They only have the tantalum capacitors, and those in general are a lot more stable. What am I missing? Secret screw, where art thou? Do you guys ever have problems with secret screws? It should be a surprise if there's a BIOS issues are increasing. Yeah. Well, I have actually the X17R2. Yeah, X17R2. I had a bunch of them in the last week. Not week, 2 weeks. But I had them basically in a slew of like a 1 week period all come in that were all EC bricks. Like they were bricked on the EC. And it was all from one update, BIOS or Microsoft update they pushed out, and just bricked a bunch of machines. So, hooray! All right, and the motherboard is out. Let me get a test DC jack so I don't have to use one. If it was a BIOS issue, it would be flashing just to fix it, and the corrupted chip. Yeah, the chip itself wouldn't be corrupted. It's just the actual programming is corrupted. I hate these latches. They break so easy on these things. All right, so here's our 3 volt and our 5 volt power rails. I'm going to plug in the charger, and then we're going to measure the voltage on those. See if we got both of those guys. If we do, then we're in trouble. We're in trouble, man. 5's missing. Wait, yeah, 3's here, but 5's missing. No, there's 5. 5's there. False alarm. All right, 5's there. 3's there, and then here's our EC, but that's not on yet. Here's our 1.8. So this is 1.05. This is 1.8. There's our. Did I say EC? This is our chipset at 1 volt. So I'm going to try powering it on now and see if it does the exact same thing. Where's our power button? Right here. Okay. Power meter. We don't have it plugged into the board at all. So let's see if that moves at all. Okay, it went up to 0.02. So now let's measure to see if we have voltage on these other power rails, or if these things turned off. Because sometimes what happens is you'll have it where it shuts itself off. So we still have our 5 volt, still have our 3 volt. And we don't have our 1 volt coming up here. Do we have our 1.8? We don't have our 1.8 coming up. Do we have our BIOS chip turning on? And our BIOS chip isn't turning on even. It flashed the alien head. Not just now, because I don't even have an alien head plugged in. Let me make sure we don't have a short on the chipset. 85 ohms. Looking pretty good to me. No short here either. I know this is going to be an interesting one, I can tell already. What's going on there? What's going on here? We got something going on here, guys. Do you see it? You heard that malware can damage hardware. Have you ever seen this encountered? I mean, you can have something kind of crunch away, like, you know, it's trying to Bitcoin mine your machine to death. So, yes, the answer is yes. I've never seen it in person, but I know what they mean. Look at this guy. He's like, I don't know if he's completely ripped off the board or not, but he's not happy. And then this one looks a little weird. I know this happens sometimes, you know, whenever you shut the lid of your laptop and you put it away and then you don't open it for a long time, chips like this start getting bent up. It happens. Let me pull this heatsink off so we can look underneath there. And then we're gonna have to do a physical inspection around the board anyway. What's this? Oh, I have MOSFETs here and I thought they came off of here, but it was on my desk. I was like, huh, these MOSFETs fell off the board. Let me end this pole. That's still up there. All right, I'm going to take the heatsink off, and then we're going to have to do a little gander around the board, because whenever you pack those machines away and you set them off to the side, and then the chips will just start bending and looking like they're about to rip off the board. So we have to find all those chips that start damaging themselves for, you know, just being set aside. I'm just wondering if when it got opened up, it got damaged. So I don't know if this is pre or post, right? That's causing it. These screws on the heatsink, let's see if they look like they've been unscrewed before. Detective at work here. Don't mind me, just checking the screws. This screw looks like it's been screwed. Does that look like it's been screwed before? I believe so. What about this screw? Has it been screwed? Has this ever been opened? It has been to a repair shop. A repair shop sent this to me, so not a big deal. It happens. Everything's a clue. Even this screw over here looks like a clue. Looks like the best clue of them all. Yep. That looked like a hard screw to get out. All right, and this heatsink just kind of fell off. Like normally it's has a lot of stiction and stuck on there, but it just came off very easy. Okay, now that the board is out, I actually want to turn the thing on with a thermal camera. We're not going to have much heat, but we might be able to see something. So let's start by doing this. We have the board underneath here. Plug in the power. 3, 2, 1. Okay, that got hot. That's the power management chip. I'll point the things out for you so you can tell. So power management chip here, that was hot for a second. This is going to be our LDO, producing the 3.3 that powers on the EC chip. The EC chip's right here. And do I have anything else getting hot? Some of these things are reflections. The screw is a clue. All right, and so in general, we shouldn't get that much heat on our power management chip, but I'm going to try it one more time. Unplug it, plug it back in. It's spiked with heat, then shut off. Now, because it's charging, I don't think that we should have an issue with it, but let's measure and see if we're getting all of our voltage correctly, because it could have a partial short or partially bad. So with it on, we should have 20 volts on this pin. We do. We should have 5 volts on this pin. We do. We should have 3.7 on this one. No, it's this one down here. 3.7 on this one. 3.3. Okay. So all of that looks fine. And then the other thing we need to check for is if we have a short on one of these MOSFETs. That's the other thing I didn't think about. If it detects a short on one of the MOSFETs, it won't turn these things on properly. Check the gate. And then where's our gates on this? Can't see. Is this the gate? this way. One coil is darker than the others. One coil is darker than the others. On the 3 volt and the 5 volt, they're totally different coils, that's why. This one is a 5 volt. Unless you're talking about a different one. But we're going to look around the board now a little bit because we're going to have to find some other ripped components. So here's those components all messed up over here. You can tell that there might have been something that hit this area. We can try straightening that out, but if it's making contact, it should still work. Oh yeah, I wanted to check these over here. These are the input MOSFETs. The screw is a clue. Anything else you guys are seeing? Yeah, I'll check the CPU and the GPU. See, these are the charging MOSFETs, I believe. I always forget. We have our 3 volt, we have our 5 volt. We cannot get the... I almost think it is an EC issue anyway. It could be partially corrupted EC. Or a BIOS. No, because the BIOS isn't coming on yet, so it can't be a BIOS. Or a ripped chip. Ripped chip seems more plausible than anything. But we have to really look for a ripped chip closely. Which coil are we talking about whenever you're saying one coil is darker than the other? Are we talking about the 3 and 5 volt, or are we talking about something else? I mean, because these coils, most of the coils are on this side, so I'm assuming you're talking about this side, right? Here, I'm going to go overhead here. Throw it out and buy a real laptop. New thermal camera. I have both thermal cameras wired in, so we're going back and forth between the two. I also, actually, let me take this daughter board off because these things have a tendency of shorting out too and then causing issues. So let me just take this guy off of here. Okay, third left in a row. So these are CPU, these are GPU. So we're going to have, let's see, third CPU one. So this one's a different color, or this one's a different color. Yeah, that one does look darker. And then a lot of times you'll have, like all these power stages are tied together. I mean, we can measure over here. I mean, we can just see, but we probably don't have a short in this area. Because so the CPU's at 2.4 ohms, and so... And then we don't have a short on the power rail here. We can look at that MOSFET that's powering it or driving it. But I want to do a physical inspection on the board is really what I want to do the most. But we'll look at your coil real quick, or MOSFET, sorry. So this is the third one, 1, 2, 3. And the MOSFET looks pretty good. I don't see any like stuff coming out the sides. All of these look pretty good. I don't think it's a CPU issue. But let's make sure we don't have a short on our chipset. 78. 78. All right, no short on the chipset. All right. Let's go back and find our ripped chips, because I know that we have to have something ripped off here. What do you think? I knew this one's going to be a pain in the butt, by the way, guys. Because I feel like there's part of the story's missing. CPU third from the left. Yeah, but it looks fine to me. That looks soldered. You guys see that? Do you see that capacitor, guys? It looks replaced. I don't know. I don't know what that means. 24 ohm. That's the ground side. That's not the ground side. I don't know. I mean, it was from another repair shop, so I mean, maybe he tried replacing that. I don't know. That's weird. Look at this. Is that like a burn? Can we see that? What is that? Oh, it looks fishy. I don't know. I don't know. See, it's like you don't really know what happened here. I really, I don't know. It looked like solder. I mean, the chip, this has definitely been replaced. It's not even the right size, or it's a different physical size, and it's definitely been soldered on. Okay, so noted. So somebody's been soldering on this. And maybe I can call this customer and ask him if he had seen something or tried replacing something or what. I suspect something's ripped off here, though. Or a screw got dropped on it or something. So these are all the RAM chips, DDR4. I don't think it had DDR5 at the time. They're built on the motherboard. What's this? Dirty. It's just, I think there's a sticky cover that usually goes on there, which the sticky cover's not on here. That's the part number. Am I missing anything? Yeah, it does look smaller than the other one. Looks a little sus. Do you buy Alienware laptops and fix and resell them? I do not. I do not sell Alienware laptops. Just the parts. So I sell all the parts. See, this is a type of repair that I lose money on because I end up spending all this time on it trying to fix it. And a lot of times I'm not even going to be able to fix it at the end. And so I spend 5 hours or 8 hours or something on something where I have to pay to ship it back to them, and I end up, getting $50 or something for my time. Hooray! But I mean, we can guess and try to replace some stuff, but at this point I'm like, I don't even know what it is going on right now. Because we need to call the customer and ask them, or the repair shop, and ask if they tried replacing stuff. Because that looks like fresh solder right there too. That looks shiny. Like, did they reflow this area? I mean, should we try fixing this bent chip that's over here? Or try replacing it? Anything yet? Okay, that was it. Unless I missed something. Missed an area. Anybody see anything? Maybe use the wrong cap? I mean, he could, maybe. I mean, if you use the wrong voltage of cap, then you could... Let's measure the ohms again, and then let's go grab a donor board and measure what the ohms is supposed to be. The ohms, the resistance. The resistance. I don't even know what rail that's on. I think it's a CPU or a GPU. So I think it was 23 ohms or something like that. Oh. 0.3. How did I measure 23 earlier? So 0.3, 0.4, 0.3. Wait, what? 0.1? What? What in the wide world? Did you see that? Doesn't even make sense. My brain cannot comprehend. All right, so if I measure this side, I get 0. If I measure this side, I get 220. Wait a minute. Okay, so that's the ground side. That makes sense. So 22 ohms. 22 ohms. Okay. EC. Let me grab a test board. Oh, man. It's R3, right? R3. I'm slowing down. I'm sounding a little bit slower. I think I need more coffee. I got a little bit left. All right, so we have our donor board here. Let's measure what this one is measuring. So 22 ohms, we said. It's gonna be, oh, this one is smaller. Huh. Stock is smaller. So that's the correct one. That's weird. But 57 ohms is what we're getting over here. What does that mean? The resistance is strange with this one. That's weird. I don't know if it's the cap itself that's causing this issue or what. What do you think about that? These readings make no sense, see? Yeah, 57 ohms is kind of a strange one anyway. $56 ohms. This is on a good, well, this is a bad board too. So I can grab another one for, you know, consensus of multiple sample site types, right? Here's another board. So if we get 2 with the same sample, then we'll feel better, right? And this is the same smaller chip again. And we measure there, 33. 33. Okay, hold on. Let's see what GPUs we have. It may be a GPU thing. Maybe a GPU thing. Customer's board is a big giant GPU, 2080. This one's smaller than this one. And this one's smaller. So these two boards actually have the same GPU. This one is like a 2080. These are like 2070s. So it may have something to do with that. Yeah, 56, then 20, 33, then 23. Which one is it? This makes no sense. Here, let me grab one with the 2080. Here you go. This one has a 2080 on it. So here's the exact same board, same part number, same everything. Let's see what that one says. Where's it at? right there. $28. Let me hold my ground really good. 28. I mean, I don't know. So 22 doesn't sound too bad, right? This is the customer's board again. $23. I mean, I think that's within the margin of error, I would assume, right? I don't know. I don't know. Let me plug this thing in again. Plug in the power. $28. Something's weird. 6.7. 6.7. You guys must have kids, because the kiddos love the old 6.7. All right, plugged in the charger again. Let's just see if we find something else that's hot here. Right there, the EC chip. See, some of these things are reflections, so you have to kind of be picky. That's a diode. I don't know, man. I kind of think it might be EC related, personally. Because I just pressed the power button just now. Did we see anything spike with heat? Let me try it again. I'm going to turn it off. It's unplugged. Let me plug it back in. Okay, that spikes with heat and it shuts off, which I believe it's supposed to do, but not 100%. I'm going to press the power button and we just want to see if we see any spike of heat. 3, 2, 1. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, something is glowing when the cable's plugged in. It's the power management chip over here. I can grab another board, a test board, if you want to see what that one does when we plug it in. It's not one of those. Let me find one that works. All right, so this board works, but the LCD gives a 2.7 error. And so let's see what this one does when we plug it in. I'm pretty sure that that power management chip should get hot when you plug it in. All right, you ready? So this is the power management chip over here. 3, 2, 1. It spiked up for a second. And then we have the LDO coming on and the EC chip coming on. What are you doing, Nathan? We're trying to figure out why this board doesn't come on. I'm trying to think of the next step, because we have our power rails, except the EC. I mean, the machine's not producing the chipset. It's not coming on. So I think it's an EC issue. So we could replace the EC chip or reprogram it. Reprogramming it is usually what I end up doing. But what do you guys think? Because it can't be a BIOS, because here's the BIOS chip that has a big scratch on here. The BIOS chip will not come on unless you, the BIOS chip will not come on unless you press the power button and then the chipset comes on. So chipset power rail, which isn't coming on. And this 1.8 will come on, and then the 3.3 for the BIOS will come on, and we'll start loading the BIOS. So it can't be a BIOS. So get that out of your head. So it has to be the EC chip, or there has to be another component that's ripped off the board, you know, that goes along with this chip right here that's all basically ripped off the board. I don't know if I even need to adjust this one or not, but I can't tell if that's like not attached or not. It looks like all the pads are attached. Maybe it's not attached. Let's check it. Oh, it looks like someone's in soldering this too. There's solder all over this. Oh, these are not attached. I think those are supposed to be attached. What do you think? Can you get the Discord link? Type in ! Discord, see if it works. Because I should work for everybody now. I think I fixed that where you can just type that in. There you go. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think that's what's going on here. But you can tell someone's soldered on there too. Right? But I want to make sure. Yeah, we just need to put a jumper wire across there, and Bob's your uncle. Let's make sure Bob is my uncle first by measuring that that pin's supposed to be over here. Because Bob may not be my uncle, for all I know. So I just want to make sure that that pin's supposed to touch that, and then we can just put a jumper across there. Yeah, so that's supposed to attach to there. So let's get a wire, shall we? The dodgy repair coming up. Now, I could just pull the whole chip off, put a brand new chip on, brand new, and then redo the pad, or I could just put a wire across there. And since we are fixing it, we might as well fix it like this. Is that a MOSFET? Is it a MOSFET? It may be, like a dual MOSFET, or a, I don't know what it is. It says PQ next to it, so usually that does mean it's a MOSFET or a transistor of some sort, but it's probably like 2 transistors in one. Okay. Just a happy little calibrated wire. Just a happy little calibrated wire. What do you think? Why don't you want to break? This wire's strong, like bull. The wire's strong like bull. Okay, there we go. That looks pro. Looks pro, man. So whoever tried to fix this thought they fixed it. So they got close. All right, let's try this again. I'm going to put this under the thermal camera again because we want to see it in action. I'll go really high, overhead view. Okay, ready? Press the power button. Nothing. Do we have to replace the whole thing then? Is that what you're saying? The whole chip? Let me see if we're getting our voltages yet. I thought we had it. I thought we had it on that one. Yeah, baby. You're so funny. Okay, 5 volts. 3 volts. Where's our 1 volt? We don't have our 1 volt. We don't have our 1.8 volt. We have our main power rail. We have our battery power rail. So we're still not getting our EC chip. I mean, our Discord link is expired. You gotta be kidding me. What in the wide world? I did one of those links that don't expire. But fun fact, apparently they still expire. Let's see. Okay, edit link. No limit, expires never. Generate new link. Copy. Okay, let's try that. Give me a second, I'm still updating it. It's the same link. Discord link is working. Okay. You guys made me go through that whole for nothing. All right, back to this chip. Yeah, when I could generate it again, it gave me the same link. So I thought that was pretty funny. Super helpful of it. Okay. What time is it? Ooh, we're gonna have to wrap this up soon. I gotta get my Saturday going. All right, what do you think? Should I just replace this chip then, I guess? Just seeing if it's still working. Thank you. New Prime sub. Thank you. I don't know where the rest of this stuff's supposed to go. This is the issue with this. What we're working on right now is like, is that pad not connected there too? So we should just reflow all of this, I guess. Try to straighten it too, I guess? I don't know. I don't know what you want to do. Should we just replace the whole thing? I'm going to replace the whole thing. I think it's what we have to do, so we do it correctly. All right. Can't join, it says expired. Weird. Definitely says I set it to not expire ever. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, so that pad was definitely ripped off of there. Let me grab another one. Yo, that pad is ripped. Let me grab a brand new chip. Brand new, never used. Ooh, that chip looks brand new. This donor board has a brand new one right there. Do you think I should take it? Or should I pass to the next one? I think I'm going to pass this one off. We are not doing that one. Let's see how brand new this chip is. This chip looks pretty brand new. Pretty brand new. Okay. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The hot air is getting me. Okay, now we got to put our properly calibrated wire back on there. You go right there, back to your home. No. It's sticking to my solder. Don't do it. Stop it. Let's try this again. That's why it's easier when it's still attached to the long roll, trying to do this. There we go. Another new Prime sub, thank you. Okay. Brand new chip installed. Never been used ever in its whole existence. And a properly calibrated wire is installed. Reporting for duty. Okay, if this doesn't work, we're gonna have to just kind of hang out and chat for a little bit because I don't have time to keep messing with this because my Sunday's getting eaten away here. And I have another whole week of work. All right, so that all looks good. What do you think? Looks pretty good to me. Looks pretty good to me. So, DC jack's plugged in. Power meter says 0.02. Looking good, Billy Ray. All right, let's plug in the push the power button. Still ain't working. What's the voltages over here? Is that is that wire OEM? Yes, it sure is. Come on. Sure is OEM. You think one of these resistors could be blown over here too? I mean, I don't know what they did. Was this like hot when they were messing with it or what? I have no idea. Whoa, I got a saved another laptop membership. That's the first one I've actually had of that. Thank you so much. Drew? That's my highest tier. You saved another laptop! So I got no voltages over here. Ain't nothing happening over here. Why does it even matter? Is there any ripped off chips that we're missing? Anyone see anything? I don't know. I'm at a loss for right now. I would want to reprogram the EC chip, I guess. Would be my next thing. But why would the EC chip have anything to do with any of this stuff? But the symptoms are EC chip. Original manufacturer alloy. All right, but it is late, so let's hang out for a little bit, and then I'll have to work on this later. Coolest fans member, thank you. And we got the hype train over there on Twitch. We could probably knock out some more stuff on there. Oh my gosh. Oh. So, is that like ground? I guess we could look at that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you piqued my interest. Is it ground? I was just measuring voltages, but it's going through something. I know, I teased you for a second. We were going to talk. All right, so that's not ground. We got ground there and the ground there. So yes, these are the ground legs, and this is probably some sort of transistor, a double transistor. Another Prime sub. Welcome, welcome. All right, so I think we have something burned out over here. Probably a resistor is burned out or something. You know, depending upon how they did that, where they ripped that off or when they ripped that off or who did it and how they did it or blah, 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 blah. Guys, don't forget, Andy is the best. M17R3, is there any way to reprogram the EC chip without soldering? Yes, this is an M17R3 right here. It's an M15R3. So that's exactly what I show people. So that way you do it. And I mean, that's what I was going to do next on this machine anyway. So where's my thing here? Okay, so here's our EC chip. Okay, so programming pads. Let me show you. You ready? Get your microscope out. Programming pad number 1 is this one. Programming pad number 2 is this one. Number 3 is this one, and number 4 is this one over here. Okay, and so what you do is you get your PC bytes, which is what I use, and I'll just set one of the probes here, 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 and here, and then you have to plug in your DC jack, and then it will communicate with it. I hope that's as clear as mud. The evidence was clear. Well, I fixed 2 laptops at least. That's right. So leg 4 is ground. Yeah, it's like the opposite legs are ground. That's generally how it is anyway. Because I think it's 2 transistors, and so one's going to be down the ground on either side. Yeah, I should not be spending my Saturdays or my Sundays at work. You're tired. I do need some more coffee, so I just don't have there's a coffee machine in the other part of the building, but I only fill up 1 cup and come here. That was my 2nd cup of the day. Oh, what a sad board for a dodgy repair. Anytime, buddy. I saved another brain cell. Yeah, and the last couple nights I had very little sleep, so last night I tried to make sure I caught up on my sleep. New subscriber, welcome, Diego. You're way too shaky hands to do this kind of work. Well, the trick is how I do it. Set your hands down like this, and then you're just moving the end. So it's kind of like writing with a pencil or something, you know? So if you can write with a pencil, now if your pencil's still shaky, then I can get that. I understand that. You're thinking the BIOS for today is fair for everyone to leave for the next time. Yeah, because it's not going to be a BIOS issue on this because the BIOS isn't on yet. So when we press the power button, the EC chip has to turn on the chipset, and then the chipset will turn on the BIOS or the power rail for that, or it will turn on all that, and then we'll start reading the BIOS. So it's definitely not the BIOS, but it might be the EC chip. He was guessing he's playing a game with an idea, obviously, went with dry soldering. Oh, sorry, I can't read. My brain is malfunctioning. Just in time, wife wanted me to grab some beers. Nice. My wife would never ask me to grab beers. Do some wine, though. Jim, she's dead. Do you ever work on PC boards or just laptops only? My company only specializes in Dell and Alienware laptops. That's all we do. And we're busy enough. Are there any more live streams before Christmas? Yes, so I'll have a live stream next Wednesday, and then next Sunday I'll do a live stream. And then JFix and a bunch of the crew are doing a charity stream. So I'm gonna do a redirect, and we're gonna raid his charity stream at the end of our stream. So it may be a shorter stream next week, just like an hour or 2 next Sunday, and then I'm gonna send all of you guys over to the charity stream, which will have 5 different YouTubers that do board repair on there, and they're raising money for I think a children's hospital or something like that. So wait, this is the end already? I forgot it was Sunday. Have you ever thought about removing liquid metal with solder wick? It doesn't work like that. Flux and moderately hot soldering iron. No, liquid metal doesn't work like that at all. So we can use flux for sure. You can just put flux on a Q-tip and it's sticky. So sticky stuff works, but you can't. It's not the same as metal or solder. It doesn't work like that, and heat doesn't have anything to do with it. Another great stream. Thank you. I don't know that I could deal with S&D soldering under a microscope. I can do it a lot easier through these. So when you're on a microscope like that, it's a lot easier to know orientation, but we're doing it on a screen, I can't do it at all. Chit chat mode engaged. That's right. Just chatting. We probably need to change the title anyway. Woohoo! Who's watching HP touchscreen? I was wondering who would be the bald guy from the charity stream. Yeah, because he has the mask on the whole time, right? I'm not going to be on the charity stream though. Considering a trinocular SMT4 microscope with, oh, you're going to 180x. This is a 90x. So 90x was plenty. The thing is, when you start zooming that much, it starts getting really, really dark. So if you notice, like, oh God, I can't turn around here. So right here, we're going to be zoomed all the way out, okay? And I'm going to turn my polarizer straight, so we're not going to have any dimming going on here. So all the way zoomed out. So this is 3.5, and then here's 90 right here. Here, I got to straighten up a little bit. So there's 90, and let me put a penny down. So if you went to 180, you'd be double this zoomed in. So this is on a penny. And then now we zoom out to 3.5. So I think that's overkill. But you could get it and just only zoom in half the way. I mean, maybe it's fine. It's just sometimes it just gets so dark inside your viewfinders whenever you start stopping it down that much, because it's like your f-stop starts getting tinier and tinier. It's a tinier pinhole basically, or you're looking down like a longer tube. You need to program a button in your Elgato to jump scare us. Oh, did you like that short? Did everyone see that short? Here, you want me to play it for you real quick? It's actually a cut from one of the live streams. Let me grab it. I don't know if everyone's seen it or not. Or I could just pop it in the chat if you want. But it was pretty funny. So I'm trying to do a more shorts that are from my live streams, because there's plenty of content in there that I can do. Let's see. Here, actually, I'll just embed it in here real quick. Let me stop my music. I'm going to plug it in while we're looking at it, so in case it does explode, then we can see it explode in real time. So we decided we were just going to take one of these capacitors that are on this, right? A little bit different color, but I know it's on a 20-volt line, so we should be fine. And that is a 20-volt line. So this is really the main thing that you're going to be thinking about, is when you're pulling a capacitor off another power rail, you want to make sure that it has the right voltage so it doesn't explode. I'm going to plug in the charger, and if we get an explosion, then you'll see it in real time, okay? Got my readers on. 3, 2, 1. Bzz. And the machine's powering on. I think. I'm going to plug it in while we're looking at it, so in case it does explode, then we can see it explode in real time. So we decided we were just going to take one of these capacitors that are on. Oh gosh. Anyway, it still makes me jump every time I see it. Like, oh. Anyway, I thought it was funny. And 3, 2, 1, ads. No! We hate the ads. We hate the ads. What time is it? I got 4 minutes anyway, so we're wrapping it up. It's much louder with headphones on. Yeah, I don't even know if it was porting through the machine, but it was definitely playing through my speaker, so I'm assuming that it probably wasn't going through both. But anyway, any other comments? Let me scroll back up and see what I missed here. Someone asked me something. With the new BIOS, will it program the EC chip automatically? So on throwback, some machines will have an EC region within the BIOS and some will not. So this particular machine is not like that. It will, you have to have the EC separate and the BIOS separate. So you can kind of tell if the BIOS chip's on, or if the machine turns on automatically when you plug it in, that usually means that it will program the EC chip. And if it stays off and you have to press the power button to turn it on, then it will mean that it's the separate, you know what I mean? So You thought they were Superman glasses. Yeah, I don't have any safety glasses around here, so I was like, let me just grab some of these like readers that I have right here. My super specs. You're very talented. Well, I don't know about that, but I do the best I can. I make it up as I go along. You're buying a hot air station. You recommend anything? I recommend these Attons. They're good. ST862D. I like them a lot. So that's what I would get. I don't know if I have a link in the video description for that or not. I have no idea. Oh, and that's funny. So did the ad break actually happen on whenever I was playing that short? That would have been funny. Right as the explosion happens. What's the plan for the next stream? So next Wednesday is going to be our next stream. I think people like the viewer's choice or the live repairs, so I'm going to stick with those. Doing the CPU, shenanigans is, it's such a long, drawn-out process. So it's like really not that enjoyable. It's just like unscrewing things. Are you riding a bike? Maybe. No, it's too cold today to ride a bike. I was actually looking into getting one of those indoor trainers where I can hook my mountain bike to it and have the back bike. But I do a lot of mountain biking as my main thing. So, let's see. What was the question up here that keeps jumping away from me? What do you think of Dell raising prices because of DRAM prices? Well, I mean, they kept the prices low as long as they could, is my take on it. And if they can't replenish their supply, because I think they kept their price, they didn't inflate it, but now they have to inflate it to buy the RAM. So whatever they had in stock, they kept it the same. But whenever that ran out is whenever they had to start hiking prices. There's really nothing you could do about it. So like, people were still able to buy, like I set up or helped a friend buy a machine that had 32 or 64 gigs of RAM, and they only charged like an extra $100 to go to the next next price up. So it wasn't like they were price gouging. It was already built. It was already built in the price. It was on the old prices still. So thanks for the stream. See you Wednesday. Sorry, it's like I'm trying to scroll back up, and every time I try to scroll back up, it jumps down, so I'm like trying to catch up with some of these questions that I missed. Ready Player One, those glasses in Ready Player One. Yeah, I want to get a heads-up display in my microscope when I'm working on it. Are you doing live streams during the New Year's, Christmas and New Year's? Let's see what dates those are. All right, so Christmas Eve I will not do a live stream. New Year's Eve I will not do a live stream. Those are on Wednesdays, so I will skip those two. So our schedule will be: next Wednesday the 17th we'll stream. Next Sunday the 21st we'll stream. We'll skip the Wednesday after that, which is Christmas Eve. I'll probably stream the 28th on Sunday, unless I go out of town or something. And then we'll skip that Wednesday, New Year's Eve, and then we'll be back on schedule on the 4th, Jan 4. If you guys like that. Did you ever finish the CPU swap? No, I didn't, but here is the finished reball. The finished reball looks really good, actually. So I had to touch up a little bit. There was like 4 or 5 balls that I had to replace. And it looks good, though. So we have the CPU all ready to go. And now that I understand the machine a little bit more, I think it's going to be a lot easier, to bring it up to temperature and let it, cook properly and all that stuff. And if Northwest Repair, Tony over there, gets one of those machines, I'm sure he'll show off how he does it. He'll probably do some mods and stuff to it too, which would be kind of cool. Use glasses like bubbles at trailer park. Oh, bubble glasses on trailer park boards. That'd be funny. Do I have any control over the ads that run inside Twitch? I don't. So Twitch, basically, I set it down to like the lowest that you can. So but Twitch automatically installs the ads, and so they make people subscribe to get rid of the ads because it's owned by Amazon. So I really can't control when they run. Well, I can make them run on demand, so I could set it up where I could say ads run now, so I could choose to have them run and then they won't run for a while. You need to make an emote with you talking a pug. Oh, with a whole bottle of bourbon like last stream. I need to do this one, yeah. That's right, I'll take a clip out of my video for that. It's funny because I looked back at that live stream and I was like taking a sip of that bottle of bourbon, but it looked like I was like chugging it because I tried to take a sip and none of it hit my lips, so I had to went back again and just got like a little bit, but it looked like I kept chugging it. Anyway, the disable BIOS updates inside Windows 11 Alienware 16R2. Yes, you just go in there, it's going to be under security, and UEFI capsule updates, just disable that. And that will keep your laptop from being bricked from Windows updates. Is Dell and HP the same OEM? I don't understand. So ODM. So OEM is original equipment manufacturer. ODM is the original development manufacturer or something like that. So Compal makes this board. And Compal makes boards for HP also, and lots of other laptop manufacturers. And so the board is actually developed and made by them. And then Winstron's another one, and what's another one? But most of Dell's boards are going to be Winstron or Compal, if that makes sense. So they're made in the same factories. Who makes Lenovo boards? I'm not 100%, so because I've never worked on a Lenovo. So, but can anyone confirm if Compal makes those too? Because those are definitely done differently, where they have like the chips are glued on. They have actual Lenovo chips on there. What is my toughest Dell laptop repair? Those are, I mean, there's so many different ones. So I don't know what toughest, because some of them take hours. And sometimes whenever it's the toughest, now it's the easiest because I know how to fix it. So, but having to tediously solder a bunch of chips that get ripped off is a pain, so. Okay, I got to call it because it's late. It's after 1 here, and I got to get home and do a bunch of family stuff. And I don't have I ever considered repairing desktops? No, because I'm already busy enough with laptops, and I don't carry all the parts and stuff like that. So, anyway, so next Wednesday we are scheduled for another viewer's choice repair, and. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks for all the donations to the stream. I will be putting it towards some of these repairs here. And I want to thank my moderators that work really hard, Premise and the Daves, and the J-Fix was here for a little while. I don't know if he's still here. Joey Does Tech rated us, so thanks, Joey, for that. And I hope everybody has a great weekend, and thanks for watching.